Bill Clinton is getting ready to move into his new home on Pennsylvania Avenue. The Buffalo Bills and Dallas Cowboys are headed to Super Bowl 27. I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston is the #1 song on the radio. Average American household income, $31,241. Gallon of gas is $1.16. And our guest today is about to make a transition from being, of all things, a member of the World Bodybuilding Federation into a prominent on-camera role in the WWE. Thank you, Lex.
Thank you, Sean.
For getting into a time machine with us.
You had to bring up my Buffalo Bills, our 4 straight Super Bowls. Those who don't know it, I was born and raised in Buffalo, so we had a lot of heartbreak over that, but that's okay.
Lex,
I'm sure we'll make up for it.
I not only brought up your Buffalo Bills, but I brought up your Buffalo Bills against my Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, boy.
Over in the WWF at the time, Bobby Heenan's going on and on about a guy named Narcissus that is coming. There's a clown running around, an actual clown. Primetime wrestling is being replaced by some new show called Monday Night Raw or something. It'll never last.
Yeah.
Ric Flair was challenging Bret Hart for the WWF title across the U.S., but in the WCW. Our guest today had just gained the WCW heavyweight title in December of 1992 from Ron Simmons and is about to do a very dominant year with that title in WCW.
Now I'm gonna put you on the spot right away. Which title reign was that of mine? In '93.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Yes.
Wow, you sure?
Yes.
Okay. You know.
Because my note says regained.
It
says regained.
Right off the bat, just flip the script on it.
It's time. It's time. Is it Leon White time or Vader time?
It's definitely Vader time right now.
Let's go back to Jump Street and talk about your initial discussions with WWE and Vince McMahon and coming in.
Mm-hmm.
How was it pitched to you? What did he tell you was going to happen? What was the plan?
Do you mean like the transition from WBF to coming in?
No, initially when he called you, or you called him from WCW.
Oh, so we're going back.
Yeah, just take a step back and then we'll...
Sort of, then move forward.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I had a year remaining on my WCW contract. And at the time, I felt like WCW was sort of struggling. Flair had mid-year, I was going to wrestle him for the world title in Baltimore. And Flair, that's the deal where Flair went to WWF at the time with his belt. So we were left basically beltless. Mm-hmm. And I became the world champion. It was funny they didn't have time to make a belt because it kept them hoping. We all hoped that Rick would stay with us. Right. So leading up to the whole day of the pay-per-view in Baltimore, Sean, we didn't have another belt. So they made kind of like a fake belt. They go, look, when you win I ended up wrestling Barry Windham in a cage. Uh-huh. He was #1 contender since Rick wasn't there or the belt. And they said, you're going to bring Harley racing and do everything we can. They brought Harley in case, still hoping Rick might show up, but he didn't.
Right.
So they brought Harley in. They were going to put a bunch of stuff around it. We needed all the help we can get. It was wonderful. Harley came in. Yeah. He goes, and let's use the belt and use Harley's finish because he's going to be your manager after that. Mm-hmm. So let's use the belt on Barry and pile drive Barry on the belt to win the title. Because I was a babyface at the time. Yeah. So we'll make you an instant world champion with Harley race your manager using his finish and cheating to win. So, which was, we were all kind of in the scramble mode. Yeah. But they told me, but don't hold the belt up towards all the camera guys, ringside, everything, because they go, that's not the real belt. Yeah. Not that we were going to really fool anybody, but I thought that was kind of humorous. Yeah. The way it all came down.
So, at what point do you make contact with Vince McMahon to be brought in? Now you've got a year left on your WCW contract. This is the reason you had to be put into WBF because you couldn't be shown on WWF because it was a direct competitor of WWF.
So to move forward, the remainder of the year, the company was in so much turmoil that they didn't know really, I felt like they weren't sure which direction they wanted to go. They were making cutbacks. They even talked about letting Harley go at the time, and I was like, man, this isn't good. Mm-hmm. Not a good sign.
Yeah.
Ted Turner always taught us we'd always have wrestling, but Vince McMahon had always been the clear number one at that point, obviously. So I always had aspirations of if the opportunity came to come there. So I actually called Vince on the phone and said, if I have a year left of my contract, if I became available for the bodybuilding, if I took a year off and really trained and got in the best shape of my life, I always wanted to see what it'd be like to not be traveling on the road and eating in airports. The airport food was awful back then, if you want to date back to 92, 93.
I believe it.
And it's a lot better now. It's actually fabulous now. But I said, man, I could do the WBF and do the show and be like a guest poser. And I just kind of threw the idea to him. And he said, let me think about that. And he called me back, man, it must have been a couple weeks later, and said, I think it's just very interesting. I think I'd like to maybe pursue this. And obviously I still had to get out of my contract with WCW, but at the time, what I told him was that I was burnt out, which I was. And I've been wrestling hard over 300 nights a year since I came in '86. I told him I need some time off. I wasn't sure what I was going to do, which was a lie at the time, because I'd already pretty much had my sights set, and Vince had pretty much agreed that I could come in under a WBF contract.
Mm-hmm. With the hopes of then, well, with the understanding that later.
I was going to sign a one-year WBF contract. Instead of finishing my last year with WCW, I would sign an agreement, and since I thought they were in the cost-cutting mode, I was one of their biggest contracts. I said, I'll give you that one-year contract. Just let me do things outside of wrestling. I won't wrestle. So they were cool with it, which gave me the opening for Vince to sign me as a bodybuilder, not as a wrestler.
Right.
So it was kind of a win-win at the time. I could stay home and train. He was going to take care of me financially, not like a big contract, but pay me to stay home and train.
Yeah.
So it was like, I was like, wow, this is great.
The narcissist gimmick. When is that proposed to you, or is that something you come up with?
No, Vince and I developed a great relationship. We did a show called Body Stars. We spent a lot of time together, and he invited me over to his house, and we'd hang out there, and we'd work out together. So we developed a great relationship that year of the bodybuilding show, contract of the shows we did together, time we spent together. He just felt that Lex Luger was well known, but Vince always likes, he's one of the best ever at putting his own little touch on things. And he definitely felt it'd be better for me to come in as a heel. And I always loved being a heel. So I was totally with that anyways. And he felt that, I don't know who came up with the idea, whether it's him or someone in the office, but it was all their idea. To come in as a narcissist. He said, with your body, and we'll really dramatize your arrogance on camera. And he goes, we'll call you a narcissist, and he goes, we'll have a lot of fun with that.
Were you excited to be paired with Bobby?
Oh, that was a surprise when I got to that. It was in, I believe, Sacramento. They said, we're going to put you with Bobby the Brain Heenan, who's obviously a legendary guy. They told me that the day of the show when they introed me.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that was part of the plan.
Yeah.
But obviously, I was all up with that, Sean.
Yeah, well.
Bobby's one of the greatest manders ever in pro wrestling. So for his stamp of approval, it was funny in the back because Bobby was like, well, what do you want me to go out there with him? What does he need to be doing? And I go, he's not wrestling, he's just going to be posing. And he goes, you're going to like take his cape off, you're going to point all his great body parts and everything. Bobby was kind of weird about it. Bobby was funny. He goes, well, I'm not a bodybuilder guy. He goes, I don't want to look like I'm queer or something. Out there, it was funny, Bobby's reaction in the back, because he was kind of uncomfortable with telling everybody how magnificent my legs and quadriceps. They were giving these like bodybuilding words to use, and Bobby was kind of uncomfortable with it. It was funny. He thought it was humorous before we went out there, but of course Bobby went out there and knocked it out of the ballpark.
While you're still in WBF now in January, you actually, when do you sustain the injury where you needed the titanium plate?
I was just talking about the ride over. I was almost either 2 weeks out or 1 week out before the WWF show. I was going to be the guest poser.
Right.
I was in the best shape of my life, man. I was so bummed, but it was a near fatal wreck. I mean, I had bones hanging out. Yeah, I head on with a car. It was unbelievable that I survived that. It's a miracle of God, Sean. I mean, we were both going 45 mile an hour on like a 1.5 lane road, country road, at dusk, and we never saw each other coming.
Right.
I avoided the car. I tried to go off the road to avoid the car, and actually it was going to hit me on the right side. I was going to I knew if I hit it down, that was going to be really bad. I picked my right leg up, and just it would have crushed my right leg, but threw me 150 feet into the woods. Missed every tree.
Wow.
It was amazing. I lost a lot of blood, bones sticking out, and my arm didn't even look like an arm anymore.
But that did keep you from posing, obviously, in the big pay-per-view that they did, right?
It was an unbelievable recovery because I think it was maybe 7 or 8 months later. I'd let the bone heal for 4 or 5 months before I could even lift weights again. So I had to sort of scramble to get ready for that display of the narcissist. I had about 2.5 months to train after not being able to work out at all for 4.5 months.
What the hell was Ico Pro? That was their big product. Remember that? Ico Pro? Was it a powder? It was a supplement.
Sports supplement line. It was really, when you think about it, when you look at all the companies out there now in sports nutrition, I mean, it was a brilliant idea. I don't know what happened with it as far as the marketing and the product, but really it was, and with the young guys of what, now the crowd's energy drinks, they're always looking for stuff to work out and get the six pack. So really, I thought it was a great idea.
I thought the WCW world title, and obviously you cannot take anything away from the WWE and what it had done to that point, and certainly what it's done from that point. But I thought it was the #1 title in America. Sting, myself, and Ron Simmons were 3 pretty representative athletes going for the title. But that's just my opinion. I mean, obviously there's some strong world titles over, I thought, in Japan.
Right.
Of course, New Japan and Babas and etc. But I thought it was the #1 title in the world at that point.
What did it mean to be the WCW champion as far as travel, as far as any additional engagements, signings, appearances? Bigger burden?
Not in as much as I would think the title, like having been the world champion in Japan several times, that responsibility was much greater. In other words, what you had to do in terms of showing up early and signing autographs and that responsibility, but your responsibility to the press in Japan. You would ride in separate cars and go to studios and do things that the other people, the other individuals on the crew just didn't have to do. But this one, yeah, there were some requirements by this champion if you were that guy.
When you're told you're getting the title, which would have been, I think it was December, right, of '92. It was just a couple of weeks before we start the year. How long out did they tell you you're going to hold it? Was it always the plan to have it for 1 year?
See, I really never had those conversations. And Dusty Rhodes, who is a friend of mine, and I think quite a bit about, he was an individual that pretty much gave me free rein, and we didn't discuss those type of things because I think what I'm trying to say is I pretty much would either agree with that schedule or not, and they would have to work around what I felt I was going to do.
So they didn't give you a projection? They
No.
didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Harley Race is your manager here. Talk about his role on camera, off camera.
Well, Harley, during this period of time, and I were very, very good friends. You get to know someone pretty well when you ride, you ride up and down the road with them, and it seemed like we'd always end up in one of those. The car of choice for professional wrestlers.
Can I guess?
It was, yeah.
Lincoln Town Car?
No, it was a Cadillac North Star with that
Wow.
North Star engine.
Okay.
Had a very, very powerful engine, probably do 100 without the governor, 160, 170 mile an hour. And Harley always drove. That was his thing. He was the driver, and he would, press the gas down to the floor, and the governor would, in other words, you're going 80, 90, and that governor would hit in probably about 115. And you're talking about the roads down south, which were 4 and 5 and 6 lanes wide, and he would. He wouldn't just approach that governor, he would smack it. So it just, boom, And finally, he would just bust through it about the third or fourth time. The governor would he'd go right through it. And he'd kind of, and then we were off. And we were places and times, we set records. And of course, having a beer in one hand and a cigarette in the other. And my job was simply not to let him run out of either beer or a cigarette.
The gimmick with him was always the hand would just be out, and you just kept him going, right? You kept him handed.
Very unique individual. Very, the thing that I impressed me about Harley was, I'm the world champion, and of course he was my teacher, my mentor. He wanted me to do well because that was an obvious connection. But he, in front of the guys, he would rarely, if ever, what's the word? Instruct me. But we'd get alone down the road, and you remember that spot, and he'd get into it. You remember this situation at this moment, and he would get into it that way. Why did you do that rather than do something like this? And basically,
but not in front of the boys.
Oh, never.
That was
never,
great. That's
never. Yeah.
classy.
Yeah, a lot of respect for that.
What about Ron? Let's talk about Ron Simmons. He's the one you took it from. You worked with him a fair amount. What's it like working with Ron Simmons? Another football guy.
Well, Ron was very explosive and could move. See, the purest definition of strength is one thing, and strength is really kind of it's not really important. Your ability to basically extend your elbow or lift a bunch of weight doesn't matter. I mean, there's been a lot of strong guys like Scott Norton. I mean, he was extremely strong, right? 700-pound bench presser, and Mark Henry very strong. But Mike Tyson is more powerful than Mark Henry. So, to answer your question, and really coming around the corner on this one, Ron Simmons was more powerful than say a Mark Henry are because of his ability to move from point A to B and deliver a blow, his explosiveness.
Are there people surprised in the company that this got over? The clown thing?
I don't know if it's surprised. I mean, when Vince wants to get something over, he's pretty good at it.
A clown, of course.
Vince is very persistent. So I don't think it was surprise so much. It was definitely the talk of the boys in the back for sure.
Yeah. Matt Bourne pretty committed to the project there. Pretty.
Oh
committed to the character?
He got into the character, no doubt.
Cactus as a baby face or a heel? Which was better?
You know what? I don't think it matters. And you know what? I don't think it mattered with me. I couldn't sit here if you asked me to list the things I did different as a baby face versus a heel, and it would be zero. It's nothing. And I think Mick, Cactus Jack, whatever you wanted to call him, Dude Love or whatever, would fall into that category. And by the way, his DVD's out, and he's a friend of mine. And I narrated on it, and it they really gave the feud between Vader and Cactus Jack. I mean, in my opinion, it was the segment on the DVD, longer than Undertaker's segment with Cactus Jack, and again, for me to be on it and narrate it and help Mick out like that, Mick is just a great guy, and I enjoy being around him.
Stylistically, talk about working with a Mick Foley.
Well, again, this, in my opinion, Mick is kind of like a wrestling savant. I mean, obviously he's an intelligent man, and everyone's figuring that out. He is 99.9999999% of the time always the smartest guy in the ring, and certainly probably in the building as well. But he's what he lacks. You know, he's not the biggest guy in the ring. He's not the strongest guy in the ring. Not the quickest, but he makes up for it in creativity, and he's able to see the picture and then have the courage to go ahead and actually carry it out.
Smaller venue, more intimate. Fans could pretty much reach you from the balcony. Different than working the big houses?
Yeah, but like you said, that was the perfect atmosphere for that type of event. Vince really handpicked it once again. It was spectacular. I think it was more for the television audience than even the live audience and us. And having that kind of, I think, setting really made something special. That's a special place. So we all thought it was very cool. I thought it was cool.
You guys didn't see it as a downgrade from working arenas?
No, I looked at it more of a hand-picked studio, like Hollywood does it. You know, where they do the studio settings? I personally thought it was really cool. And most of the guys I hung with, at least, didn't pretty much felt the same way.
Nothing Paul would do, right?
No comment. I don't.
No
really
comment is the comment sometimes.
I don't know Paul that well. I really don't.
Was he well liked with his tenure in WCW by the guys?
I know the only thing I could say about Paul was that when I left the WCW, he was on the phone and he had big plans for Vader coming to ECW, and I was intrigued. I mean, I was intrigued. He is a good salesman, and he had me sold on the monster he could have created and what he could have done, and obviously very talented individual. I don't know if you like him or if you dislike him, but the bottom line is I think he was good for professional wrestling and was very talented at what he did.
Let's shift it to Bill Watts. Talk about working for Bill Watts as a boss.
Oh, Bill, you know what? A big man, got 6'4", legit, and had a company of his own that he ran. Very good friend of mine, Dr. Death, worked for him for a long time, and I guess it was the traveling, and they would just drive. And
Louisiana was brutal, yeah.
Just drive, yeah, and I'm really glad I got to miss out on all that. But
when he came up to WCW, you sometimes hear they're like ruling with an iron fist, kind of.
You know what? To me, and again, that was my peak, my heyday, and my peak, my heyday. I'm legit. I mean, we're not talking about exaggeration. 427 pounds. I could legitimately bench press 640, and I could take 365 pounds behind my neck. And you know what a jump press is. It's not a strict press, but I could take 365 and jump press it 15 times. So, and he saw me doing that in the gym, and it was unique the way he treated me after he saw that. He walked in the gym like, "Hey, Vader," and he was like, "I need to talk to you." And I said, I looked over and I said, "Yeah, you're going to wait a minute because I'm going to finish the set, And by the way, I don't like my workout being interrupted anyways. And I did it 15 times, and it was just I don't know, just change.
Attitude change?
Yeah. It was kind of fun. So, but I never had a problem with him. He had asked me to come down to come down and live in the area and stuff like that, and I told him that I had a nice big home in Colorado and that I wouldn't be doing that, but I never had a problem with Bill.
Did you see him be demeaning in any way to any other boys that weren't doing the jump press 15 times, maybe?
I think being the boss at ECW and doing things his way.
WCW, yeah.
No, not his company. The
UWF.
UWF, okay, I'm sorry. Probably carried over, and where there were times that you certainly may have got that impression where there was things were, his way and being done his way. Okay. That iron fist, rule with an iron fist.
Yes.
Yeah.
First, take Bill Apter. Bill's a staple of the business. I think one of the most valuable resources in the business. Was he seen as such then? He was an outside entity, Pro Wrestling Illustrated, you know.
First of all, very nice man. Always very polite, gentleman, intelligent. Could write. You know, as a writer, I think you have to give him his due. But I saw him as somebody that I think was important to our business. He provided a lot of, I guess you'd call it inside knowledge, and the ability to keep that serious fan involved above and beyond what the average fan would. So yeah, I liked Bill, and I liked his role and what he did in wrestling.
The other magazines.
And then can I ask you something? Has that diminished now? I mean, is that
Bill's importance, you mean?
Well, I meant not just Bill's, but that role, that guy in our business, is it?
Well, in my humble opinion, which no one's going to give a shit about, once the curtain was drawn back and everything was exposed, and it's exposed not in next month's magazine, but 30 seconds after it happens on Twitter and Facebook and in the Observer and all the sheets and stuff.
I see what you're going.
Once that was drawn back, I think what it did was it robbed old school fans, I'll put myself in that category, of the thirst to know things, the want to know. I don't want to know anything more because I know it all the second it happens.
Yeah.
So yes, I mean I think it changed from that standpoint. The mystery's gone.
Yeah.
You know, it's you see the lover naked on the first date now. Why do you go back? She's fine. Let's move on. When you're the booker's kid, you're going to take heat, right?
Sure. Absolutely.
Did you feel any of that heat was warranted or not with Eric?
Again, the way Eric treated me was very respectful. Pretty much a gentleman. I think his dad brought him up right in that way. I felt sorry for him because he was a big, strong kid, tall like his father, the legitimate 6'5". There's a lot of 6'5" wrestlers, but you know, to be legitimately 6'5" is another thing. But I just the fact that he was the son of the booker and a very dominant booker at that, but just he just didn't really have whatever it is, you know. I don't think. I mean, I think he would have been a great middle of the card guy.
Middle of the card.
Yeah, I just don't think. I didn't see it. I mean, you can tell, like you look at a Sting and you go, wow. I mean, that there's talent there, or a Muta, or a Shawn Michaels, and then those are some pretty extreme examples of talent, obviously. But you look and they do certain things that other people don't do.
Similar situation or a class above Eric, maybe?
Oh, by far, yeah. Dustin is legitimate, my opinion. You know, his character, the Goldust character, was pretty much conceived by him. I'm sure his father had a hand in it, but Dustin's talented. I mean, one of the first matches I had with him was as a young cowboy, you know, coming in as Dustin Rhodes, and no, he could wrestle, and there was.
And it was evident this far back from when he was first wrestling.
From day one, and it didn't matter whose son he was. I mean, that had nothing to do with it. Just you either are, you know, you have that certain edge or you don't, and he had it definitely.
January 30th on WCW Saturday Night. Here's the White Castle of Fear mini movie, which this is Sting takes a helicopter to your secret mountain lair in order to accept the challenge for the upcoming Super Brawl pay-per-view. Remember shooting this madness?
Yeah. A lot of pretty girls on set. Had a little short guy.
Cheatham the Midget.
Yeah,
Was the gimmick.
I couldn't think of his name, but he's was a friend of mine, and
Who
great
proposes
set.
this? This can't be a Bill Watts idea. This seems very un-wrestling, un-Bill Watts.
You know, I don't know. I have to claim ignorance on that. I don't know. But looking back at it, it's people remember it, and so yeah, I liked it. Yeah.
Were you guys doing it tongue-in-cheek, or did you really think this would be an effective promo for the pay-per-view?
For me, I kind of thought the White Castle of Fear was secondary. For me, the strap and that whole tug of war and bringing Sting onto the fire and first of all, as far as strap matches go, they're very, very hard to do well. Extremely hard to do well, and usually they die usually a very slow death. And we not only had a good match, but I thought it was an exceptional match. And I remember toward the end there, and I don't even know if this has ever been brought out, but there was a blade involved, and it was taped in Steve's hand, in his fingers, and he was using it to cut himself. Mm-hmm. And he had forgot it was there, and was at the end of the match, and actually after I'd won, and sliced up my eardrum to the point where it bled, and I literally couldn't get off the mat.
Yeah, we're going to cover that match.
Oh, so you did know that?
Oh yeah, the
I
Castle
thought
of
that.
Fear.
So there's nothing that gets by you guys. You guys
Nothing
actually
gets by
know
this.
that? Okay.
Copious research. First of all, talk about some history with you and Dennis. There's an area rivalry, right?
There's an area rivalry because he had the rivalry with Joel. Right. He and Joel were the Jersey and Philadelphia promoters who did not get along, didn't like each other, et cetera, et cetera. So when I took over, we had no, animosity between us. We had no hostility. We're just wary, like he was wary of me, I was wary of him. He didn't know, he couldn't quite figure me out who this guy is. Coming in now from the jewelry business, now he's starting his ride. I'm a promoter. Who's this guy coming in? So he was a little bit wary. And then they were doing this big giant show, and they said, we'd like to use your local promotions too. And so they wanted Dennis to give him like a match or two. They wanted us to give him a match or two, which we're going to do. And that's where we were hoping to maybe start an angle that would eventually build up the two things. But then right off the bat, here is the first week, we're ready, week of the show, night of the show, I remember he says to me, yeah man, what do we do? Don't tell Larry Sharp how many people paid. I said, what do you mean, it's your partner? He goes, yeah, but I don't want to know what's going on. He didn't want to do this. He does a bad idea, and I don't think he lost money. So this man, whatever you do, man, seriously, let's not tell Larry anything. That's not even know Larry, it's your partner. I mean, I don't think I said to ever met the guy. If I had, I didn't remember. I said, wow. So that's my initial meeting with this guy. I said, yeah.
It was like that Sandman moment. And the Sandman was banned from the bar, and night
Dennis
one with Dennis, he's trying to
partner.
fuck his partner in front of you, using you to do it.
This used me not to blow it for him.
So what would happen from here on out as you two are working?
Well, let me just tell you one thing about that show.
Yeah.
There's one story out of that show it was the last time Kerry Von Erich ever worked.
That's correct.
There was a convention earlier in the day. Well, a lot of stars coming in. That's how they put the show together. How we could, Sullivan was going to be there, this one's going to be that. And for some reason, Sullivan had some kind of heat with the police. I don't know what it was, but they were looking for him. And if you know anything about Kevin Sullivan, they hadn't got the P out yet. He was already on a plane somewhere going. He was just disappeared. He was out of town. Nancy stayed, his wife, but Kevin, gone. So they got Kerry, whoever it was that got Kerry, they brought Kerry in to take his place. So we stayed over and over again. All right, we're running the show now. I said, listen, Kerry, you're going to be the big surprise because they're going to be upset that Sullivan's not there. He's over up here. So wear the hood. Nancy's going to come out and say, my husband, here's what I got instead. You pull that hood off the place, going to go, boom. Got it. So he's standing back. All right, I'm ready to go. The hood, Kerry. So he goes back, gets the hood, he puts the hood on. He's just about to go out. He grabs his ring jacket. It says Kerry on the back. And he goes marching to the ring with the ring jacket. It says Kerry across the back. And I went to Carluzzo. We both went. Even he was like, "Are you kidding me? Really?"
That was Kerry.
And then he died like 2 days later. That's when I met Eddie.
I was just going to say, meeting Eddie, and then also, I mean, Terry would become an ECW fixture.
Correct.
So this is kind of prophetic in a way. Talk about that.
Well, I really didn't get to spend a lot of time with Terry yet, who to this day is one I adore. But Eddie, you know, and I got talking this and that. And Eddie's smart. He's got, you know, he knows. He goes, "I hear you're getting TV. Who are you going to do the book? Who's going to book the TV for you?" I said, "Well, I guess I would." It's like I did the shows. He goes, "What do you go to the studio every week?" And I went, "Ugh." So now I'm running a business still. This is my bread and butter. It's going to support this wrestling habit I can develop a year. I went, "Oh." I realized that, yeah, I'm going to have to be in the studio a whole day, you know, during the week in order to get that show. I couldn't do that. So I needed somebody who could. He goes, I did TV in Alabama. I did TV here. I know how to do it. I can break it up into 4 segments. And that's when I decided to take over the book. Or that's when I offered Eddie the book. And he moved up here from Tennessee. And, of course, one of the first people he wanted to bring up was Funk, because that was his, you know, he wanted to play off of that feud they had going leading up to that. And Terry was going to come in and do the color commentary for the first TV taping. Not the pilot now. Now we got to go. Mm-hmm. Here you go. Give us a show. So now Terry goes to do that, and I said, Terry, are you really interested in, like, maybe I hadn't hired Eddie as booker yet. I think Eddie was just talent then. And I think I asked Terry if he wanted the job of being the, you can't afford me, Todd. You can't afford it. No. I can do it, but you can't afford it. I said, okay, I appreciate that. And I'll never forget the first taping we did. We had to douse Sully and the whole thing, you know, and the water was got him soaking wet in his tuxedo. I'm standing up there. You can watch the very first episode of ECW, the first premiere episode. I'm beaming like a kid who just got laid for the first time. Like, I said, he goes, well, it's a great show, right, Jerry? He goes, well, it'll get better. This is the ending of my first TV show. He's going, don't worry, it'll get better. And I went, oh, God, did he just say that on TV? I was like, you know, still smiling the whole, you know, wow. That's a true story.
That's so Terry. What philosophical discussions do you have to have with Eddie Gilbert before entrusting him with booking the company? I mean, are you just kind of letting him go with his ideas, or is there a lot of consultation?
I was hanging out with Eddie after work every day. We'd sit down, and he was always the notebooks and the paper, and he was, here's what I'm thinking about. We'd start out, we'd do a tournament. Forget everything else in the past. Let's name a new champion. Let's get a tournament for a championship. We can do, we'll do seedings and go on TV the first couple of weeks. That's how you get the TV off the ground. The first couple of weeks we'll do, 8 against 1, 7 against 2, and then the second week we'll do this. And he already had laid it out. When I saw the organizational skills, I said, all right, I'm going to bring this guy in full time. Because he was organized, and the Demons really, while they were there, they weren't even close to eating him up yet.
Okay.
So he was a different person at the very beginning.
What was the long-term pitch for you? Did you always think you were going to be a heel, or was it made clear that there was going to be a turn?
Well, no, there was no hint of a turn then. We were just going to go with the narcissist, and I was going to be a heel, and we were just going to. That was the only plan at that time that we had. There was not even a mention of any kind of potential turn or babyface turn at the time.
The Mirror. Your idea, Bobby's idea, Vince's idea?
It was all Vince and his people. They must sit around a big desk or off of Vince's office and pump all this stuff.
Any word from down in the Atlanta region that maybe you were fond of posing in front of the mirrors before?
Well, obviously that was my thing. I got broken in by a very serious, wonderful man who was a mentor to me, Hiro Matsuda down in Florida. And he was like, Lex, I want you to stick to the basics. Clotheslines, power slams, stay on your feet a lot. Don't try to be a high flyer or drop kicker. He goes, you're athletic, you have a pro football background. He goes, don't do it. Let those guys who do it best do it. He goes, I want you to show your body. He goes, do you have something unique that other guys and most other guys in wrestling will never have? He goes, accentuate that. Always know that your body's your ticket. So I really took it to the maximum. So I never worked that hard on being a good worker. But all kidding aside,
the body looked great.
Yeah, I mean, I took care of that, and it worked. And really, but Matsuda, I took to heart on that was stick to what makes you unique and go with that. And obviously, the narcissist gimmick really highlighted my physique and what separated me from most of the other wrestlers. And I could even take the mirror out there and pose and put guys in front of it and pick them apart. It was a very cool idea.
Yeah. A rather substantial presence.
No doubt, that's an understatement. He was, I think, one of the greatest big men ever. That people talk about Andre the Giant, and Big Show's actually a very agile guy. I had him up in the torture rack one time, and he was one of the easiest guys ever torture racked. I couldn't walk around with him once I got him up there, because I felt like an ant under a watermelon.
What's the key to being a good victim?
He was so tall and he's so athletic, the Big Show, that he basically put himself up in it, laid back and got over my shoulders, and I put my arm around his man. He was in it. Like really short, heavy guys are hard to get up in it because you got to bend over, try to get him up there. It's like pick up a sack of flour. Big Show laid up right in it. Yeah. So getting back to Yokozuna, he was so agile. Those Island boys are such great workers, and he was one. I mean, I think he's one of the greatest top 3 big men ever in the business. There's a lot of good big men, but Yokozuna, I'll never forget the thing for him is he'd hit him with like 2, 3, 4 clotheslines off the ropes as hard as you could. He wouldn't go down. Each one he'd go further back, and he'd have that long hair would come out of that thing when you hit him with the clothesline, and he literally could be on his feet and his hair would be touching the ground behind him, almost like a yoga move.
Oh, leaning back.
I mean, think of the flexibility and the balance involved in that. I mean, he was absolutely an amazing guy. I mean, very light with his work. It was like a night off when you worked with Yokozuna. And to talk about, I was a guy who could bench press almost 600 pounds and thought I was pretty strong. And he talk about just a huge guy with incredible natural strength. Sometimes when we'd be on house shows, we'd goof around a little bit at the beginning. He used to just, I mean, he could just take me and like pick me up like a little kid and set me in the turnbuckle like I was 3 years old. Amazingly big, strong, agile, athletic guy, and a great guy. Him and I were buddies. We used to play when we traveled Europe. They put us on the buses together. Him and I were card buddies, and we used to play cards all the time. Just a wonderful guy, Yokozuna. I think that they're hoping that if Jorge work developed a little more, that, I mean, everybody loves there to be a giant out there, you know? I think they're always searching for the next Andre.
Yeah.
And not to ever replace Andre, but I'll never forget the first time I met Jorge was, he was sitting down and he had it looked like one of those little fruit juice cans, one of those little 4-ouncers. I thought it was one of those little juice cans. And he stood up and kept on standing up, and it was actually, he set the can down, it was a 12-ounce soda can. This was, I mean, I can see why they so badly wanted him to become a potential star. I mean, always he would have had his own niche, obviously. There's not a lot of flexibility as far as what you do in the ring when you're 7 feet, he was about 7'8". He was legitimately the tallest wrestler ever.
Irrespective to skill, when someone like that walks into your office and you're in the wrestling business, you almost have to use them.
No doubt. And Ric Flair had the idea for him for a finish. He goes, I don't care what you do in the ring, Ric Flair, and he's a great teacher and mentor to guys. Rick wanted to get him to where he'd do the vertical suplex like Rick does and holds the guy up. And he learned that from Harley Race. I was with Harley recently. He was doing great. It's great to see Harley again. but they pick you up in a suplex, they hold you up there for about 5, 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Rick said, Jorge was so tall, Rick said, pick that guy up in the near turnbuckle, hold him up there, and but with the length of you and the guy, hold him up there for 15, 20 seconds, and then fall back, just kick your legs up, the whole ring will shake, that'll be your finish. It was brilliant. But there was something, Jorge, he was so tall that he had trouble getting that move down, but I thought that was a brilliant idea.
Yeah. Bob is a nut with training and stuff, so obviously he's someone who could do it.
And he's still that way.
Yeah, he's in very good shape, actually. What do you got to do to be able to last even just 30 minutes in a
match in general?
like that? Yeah.
You mean in a battle, in a Royal Rumble?
I mean,
or
anything out there. Well, I guess the Rumble's a little different because you could take the corner for a little while, right? Whereas if you're in a singles match, you can't.
You know, you do have to be in good condition, but for me, I had the privilege of working with only hour Broadways or things I ever did. I think I did a 90-minute one time. Was with Ric Flair or a Bret Hart or guys that were such good workers, and they could know just when to pick up the pace, when to grab a hold, when they knew it had meaning. There would be points in the match where you space out the action and then have some spots where you were able to grab your breath a little bit but keep it moving. They were just masters of psychology. So being in good condition would help, but I think more so working with a guy who knew how to pace that. You couldn't go like at a crazy pace for all 60 minutes. Right. To make it all work and make it work for the crowd and put it all together, false finishes and all that stuff. Those guys they're great to work with on stuff like that. They are like artistes. I think everybody felt, in the fans, no matter how good Rick had performed or how he looked in the ring or what shape he was in or anything, I think everybody kind of always thought of him as the NWA WCW champ. So I think no matter what he did in WWE or what he might have been able to accomplish, possibly, no matter how they storylined him, I think WCW was kind of thought of as his home, you know. I think everybody was. I think most of the fans were much more comfortable with him being in WCW.
Did he feel that way?
Oh yeah, I think definitely. I think now that we're all one family, WCW, and Vince has bought it out over 10 years ago. In retrospect, I think Rick was always like a WCW guy,
Gotcha.
no doubt, like Sting, you know.
Right.
He's always considered a WCW guy.
You remember the reaction in the company when they found out about Andre's death?
Obviously, a great sense of loss, and Vince himself took it really, really hard. He thought very highly of Andre, and I think there was this relationship with Andre and his father, and there was just a real sense of loss for the company and for Vince personally. It was a big deal.
Did you ever meet
It was
Andre?
a big surprise.
Yeah. Did you meet Andre ever?
I did. I only have one Andre brief story. I'm walking to St. Louis airport late morning, flying to Baltimore to wrestle that evening, and I hear a golf cart and a little beep in the airport. And at the time in St. Louis terminal, you had to walk forever to get to the gates usually. I didn't like that airport. And I hear a beep beep, and I hear this, it didn't even sound like a human voice. Hop in, boss. And I heard this voice. I'd never met Andre in person before. All of a sudden, I'm 6'4", I'm about 275 at the time, all muscled up. All of a sudden, this hand comes across me, arm comes around underneath my armpit, a hand comes across my chest the size of a frying pan, lifts me up in the cart next to him.
He picked you up?
Yeah, like a little kid. Like I was 2 years old and lifted me in the cart. And I just looked, I turned and saw the biggest human being I'd ever laid my eyes on, Sean. I looked up at him, and he was just kind of, his chest was moving because he was laughing before he had just done. And he took me down to the end of the terminal. We hung out. Our gates were near each other. We hung out for a few minutes beforehand. First time I met him, he was very nice to me.
What year was this about?
Man, that had to be, I was still at WCW, that had to be late 80s.
Late 80s, okay.
Probably early 90, somewhere in there. I'm not sure, but it was early in my career. I was thrilled to meet him. I was telling everybody.
Do you remember Taz at all before he became Taz?
Briefly, yeah. I mean, he, short, powerful, dark skin. Again, had some explosiveness to him, and I could certainly see why he got the notoriety that he got. But you know, was limited in ways, and other ways was exceptional. So,
Not specific to Taz, but a guy getting a tryout. What was the process back then? 93 is probably before the power plant, right? So, how does a guy get a job in WCW?
well, probably at that time, it you know, was a pretty tough situation. If you looked at that talent roster, I mean, you know, go back a few years to the AWA talent roster with Vern Gagne and you know, you know, Marty and Sean, right, and then Kurt Hennig and Scott Hall, the Road Warriors, Jerry Blackwell, Bruiser Brody, Stan Hansen, the Freebirds,
Bockwinkel.
myself, Nick Bockwinkel. Think about that talent roster, and then you know, think about professional wrestling and Rick Rude, and I mean, that was one of the, if not the most talented roster probably ever. You know, you know, in other words, you were catching people at different. Jerry was getting old. Nick was starting to get old, and then you had a young Kurt Hennig and a very young Shawn Michaels and young Scott Hall, an extremely inexperienced.
But if you're
Vader.
lucky enough to get a tryout,
But
who was evaluating you? Specific to WCW. It's Bill Watts, I would assume, watching. Does he ask the guys what you think? Is he standing next to you and says, Leon, what do you think of this guy?
So you're saying the promoter is asking me about like a Taz?
Would that happen? Like if Taz is in the ring, would the brass at WCW solicit
sure.
other workers' advice?
Sure. What do you think? In other words, he would take a known commodity that was established in that. Sure, I think that would be something that definitely they would do. I mean, I would do it if we were.
What would you be looking for as Leon White in 1993 if Bill Watts said to you, what do you think of
The
this guy?
ability to negotiate the match before the match starts, because most of the individuals, they don't have that ability to look people in the eye and say no. In other words, you know, the match is really created in the locker room, and if you don't compete during that period of time, it's over before it starts. You know, if he says, you know, this is we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and you just go, yeah, sounds good. Well,
But as a new guy, shouldn't I do that?
well, not if you want to be around.
Not if I want to live.
Not if you want to
Make a living.
Be around and collect a paycheck. You have to find a way to change that without
Offending.
just saying no.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that takes. I mean, if you're a young Leon White and you're wrestling Frank Bruiser Brody, who was what, a 6'7" Charles Manson. I mean, how do you do that?
You tell me.
That's what I'm telling you. Very carefully. Very carefully. I'd tell you a story the night my son, a.k.a. Jake Carter, was born. I'd had a few drinks, and my wife was in birth for, 44 hours?
Oh.
And I had been on the loop wrestling Frank, and Frank was, you know, in just one of his moods. And a boy came down, and I had beer in my breath, and you know, and I'm 395 pounds and was extremely strong. And, you know, if it got right down to physically, you know, not necessarily fighting, but, you know, who was the bigger, stronger, younger, and better conditioned athlete, you know, it was me. I mean, you know, I'm not saying anything about the ability to win a fight, because I guess Frank was known for his toughness as a fighter, right? I mean, that was part
what you
of,
hear.
yeah, you know, that's neither here or there, but certainly as an athlete who spent more time in the gym at that period of time, you know, it would probably would have been me who could lift more weights, you know, more reps, and who could ride a bike farther and stuff like that. But, you know, I remember I came down with the intent not to get beat up on the night that my son was born, and, you know, and told him that, and looked him in the eye and told him that, and we didn't even walk up that night. He just walked over and kicked me right in the face and split my mouth open. So, you know, best intention, son or no son, I mean, you know, that's the way it went that night. So
That's an interesting negotiation technique, just kick you in the face.
well, that's exactly, you know, that's the ability to negotiate that.
Right.
And that will determine if you're going to be around long enough to figure out if you are any good or not.
So between February and April, is it just organizational time, writing, TV?
I think it was that. It was also we're setting up a studio at where Radico was, and we also we had taped at the first taping, you know, a couple weeks worth of TV. And that time of year, you know, it's a tough time of year because of the weather.
Yeah.
In fact, we had 30 inches of snow the day of.
That would have been March 12th.
Yep.
At
Cabrini College,
Yeah.
30 inches of snow. So I had my first TV 4 or 5 shows where there was literally, we're grabbing people off the streets and saying, do me a favor, come in and all sit in this one section together so we can just keep the hard camera there the whole time. And guys, keep working to that side of the ring. Let at least look like somebody's in the damn building. And the guy doesn't tell me when I'm making the arrangement for Cabrini, I'm talking to the head of the athletic director, who's also the head basketball coach, and he's saying, yeah, this is going to be great. You know, we'll bring you in the gym. They put the paper down for the guardrails. Cabrini went on college, went on spring break 2 days before that. The campus was empty. I got a college campus full of kids here, and I'm going to like tear the place up. I got 30 inches of snow and not a kid on campus. Not one student on campus, other than a few stragglers who stayed around for the show because they were hardcore fans. I said, you know, what am I doing here? It's been one bad thing after another. Meanwhile, the people who were there are so loyal. I mean, you couldn't go anywhere. Let me buy you dinner. No, I'm fine. They were so appreciative, and I knew I felt like I had tapped into something, but I just didn't know what it was yet. It was so small still.
In regards to the TV production, is Sports Channel helping you with production costs at all?
Nothing.
No.
I'm just sending them a tape every week.
So the production costs are on you. They're buying a weekly show from you.
They weren't buying it.
You're just filling a slot.
I'm giving a slot because I'm getting the promotion out of it.
Right.
I had to they told me I had to use, you know, I'd never done TV. They said you need 12 minutes of commercials an hour. You don't have 40 minutes. That's the FCC laws. So those 12 minutes of commercials for the first, you know, whatever, were 10 minutes of ECW commercial. You know, we had nobody else to put on there. You know, so it's sort of like a solo flex or something, like, you know, whoever is going to let you come on, and they pay you for how many calls they get. So they would go on any show. And the rest of us go, hey, buy our hats, you know, hey, like this T-shirt, you know, us doing our own commercials.
Post-production, are they giving you the facility to do this?
This was all done in Matt's little studio in a little office, like underground, and a slew of office buildings. It's this little tiny little basement, which is the same thing we used at ECW as it grew, by the way. You see a lot of those things, to the ring, to dressing rooms, that was Matt's little studio. That was his bathroom right there. I mean, that's where Teddy and Johnny came out of. You know, like they're coming to the ring, like they were in his bathroom waiting for the cue.
Right.
Like, in his parking lot, we were doing angles with Jason running people over. I mean, it was all done like.
Right.
But the magic of television, man.
Yeah.
You can make anything look like anything. No, I'm serious. You can make anything look like anything.
Sure.
And it looked like that's where Joey Styles was broadcasting from.
In hindsight, was Bill Watts' tenure with WCW a good one?
Wow, this is really hard. Ron Simmons is a Hall of Famer, is the first black champion ever, and you know, I had a part in that because you know, Dusty said, "Well, you know, what do you think?" And you know, I told him I'd let him know if I would do it or not. It wasn't something that I had to do. I mean, there was no. In other words, I had the ability at that time. I could have made a move to the WWE pretty quickly at that point. You know, if you consider, you know, who I was in the business, and physically I was at the top of my game, and certainly could have went back to Japan and probably set records in terms of. I mean, there were stories about what Andre and what Stan and Bruiser had made on a weekly basis, you know, cash money type thing.
Did you come close?
Yeah, I came very close, but so I had options. Wasn't told, well, you have to do this or you're going to get fired. It just didn't happen that way.
So for you, the Bill Watts years, you had control. You didn't. It was probably no different than if anyone else was there, because you were allowed to do and say, agree to what you wanted to agree to.
For me, it was, you know, it was a little bit different, I think, than the average individual being there. So.
Oh, it was the real deal. I mean, you never knew what night it was going to come on. You just show up at the building, and we call them the white coats. They were there. And sometimes the guys thought, well, we just got tested. We can, you know, do a little something. And then they'd be there the next night. Right. Sometimes, one time I was on a 3-week trip overseas and back again to the States, where I was on the road for almost 3 weeks. We got tested 4 nights in a row one time. It was the real deal, and it wasn't where you could even try to bring in a false sample hidden somewhere in your clothes. I mean, shirt off. I mean, no shirt on, pants down below the knees, and the guy stood right in front of you in the urinal, watching you do it. So whatever anyone wants to say, that I can vouch right now. It was the real deal test, no doubt.
How do you pee under that pressure?
It was sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes I'd choke, had to come back and guzzle like a couple bottles of water and come back again. No doubt.
What are they looking for at the time? Is it everything? Is the gas included in that?
I think they're looking for weed,
cocaine, probably.
Coke, weed, and steroids. Right. If I had to say, it was the main three, the big three back then. I never even had a hint of that from Vince. He was always a guy's guy around me. Wanted to work out and married and liked the ladies. I mean, I never caught a hint of that from Vince McMahon. Okay. He's like a man's man. And as far as what that incident, I recall what they told me about the incident, Sean. But I know that whenever I met with Vince out there, he always had somebody in the room with him. Mm-hmm. I think not only as a third party to what was said, but also I think as a result of that incident, they go, look, Vince, you're the CEO of a big corporation. I know you'd like to meet with the guys one-on-one, but you know, we got to think about your safety as well, because not all the guys are happy meeting with you sometimes. Obviously, if they have a beef or a grievance. Once again, it's always a shock, I think, when a young guy, you know, passes. So, shock, disbelief. I only met him one time in an airport in Hawaii. Incredible looking athlete. Yeah. And I knew he'd had his struggles, and Ric Flair talked very highly of him. So definitely a shocker, for sure.
And in particular, this family, which seemed a little under a black cloud.
No doubt. Yeah.
Is it something you're concerned about in any way? Will it be good? Will it be bad? Or are you just not even thinking about it?
No, I mean, Ole certainly was more confrontational than Bill. And I remember and for the record, you know, God, I saw something on the WWE that they were going through moves, or it was just something on that premium channel that the WWE has, and it, you know, all of a sudden it top 50 something, and it had Bam Bam as the first 400-pounder to throw a moonsault, and that, you know, just the Vader moonsault against Davey Boy and Sting at that pay-per-view with Sid was the first one.
Oh, well, that's this year, actually.
Yeah. And the first legitimate 400-pound man to ever throw a moonsault. And by the way, mine was a legitimate moonsault. And you know, Bam Bam's not here to defend himself. So, and Bam Bam we were tag team champions over in Japan. So we, you know, we knew each other pretty well. So I'm not talking out of school. I wouldn't do that. But he did it about 3 weeks later on Monday Night Raw. So, just for the record, I was the first 400-pound. You know, that was me. I did it. So, the fact that I did do it first, it's important. And then, you know what? And then Bam Bam did it, and then it seemed like everybody that was close to 400, 350, 360 were just doing moonsaults, just kind of like half twist off the top rope, just kind of like throw their shoulder, and that was a moonsault. So.
Take me back to Ole for a minute. More confrontational, you said.
Yeah, in other words, he was, for example, that moonsault. He didn't want me to do it, and I said, wait a minute, you don't want me to do something in the ring? You're questioning, you know, what I want to do in the ring, and I'd never been approached like that. And, he said, yeah, you're 400 pounds, you don't need to be flying around like Peter Pan, and so Ole, you know, actually told me no. And being that individual who I was at that time, and you know, I'm very proud and happy to say that, you know, that person no longer exists. That Leon White, that Big Van Vader. I mean, that guy used to drink. He used to do a lot of things. You know, well, I can't really say that, but like a lot of us did. Not all of us, but a lot of us did in that era.
Was some lifestyle decisions on the road?
Yeah, sure. And
but so, what does he say to Ole, that old Leon White that doesn't exist?
You know, not much. It was pretty short. Couple words.
Couple words.
Couple words, and
involve one of these fingers.
and just left. And so yeah, we didn't get along. And
okay.
And that's where I'll leave it. But I didn't understand the input or why waste the effort, because I mean, why wouldn't you want that as part of your show? I mean, because I had proven to do, you know, pretty, well, you know, I want to say spectacular, unusual moves.
Did he feel you couldn't pull it off, or was he afraid? It
wasn't. I think he was afraid I was going to pull it off, because I think he had saw me do it in practice. I mean, it was not just could I pull it off, but I pulled it off perfectly. And again, for reasons you'd have to ask him, it just, he didn't want me to do it. So
significant here also, though, is Eric Bischoff's ascension from being a B-team announcer to the executive producer of all WCW television. Is there a moment of like, wait, who's this? What do you, who? What? Or did you expect this because you saw such talent, raw talent in him, maybe?
Well, then, no doubt, Eric's a smart guy, you know, and he looked good. I mean, he had the jet black hair, and he you know, initially, I you know, and I really don't have any hard feelings. I mean, that's not who I am today.
But then
he could talk, and he just didn't know a whole lot about wrestling at that particular time, and he rapidly evolved. I mean, to do what he did in the what I was going to call it the NWO, but in the new WCW was pretty exceptional for a long time.
How do you feel personally, as the narcissist, near the top of the card, that another big name has come in? Did you see that as a challenge for the spotlight at all, or because you were a heel, was that okay?
We even didn't do anything heel. I always had the attitude myself. I was so confident that I was always more the merrier. And if Hogan's coming back in, man, that's great. He's one of the reasons I got into wrestling. So I was a fan. So I was thrilled he was back around. I said, man, if he's going to wrestle again, wow.
Did you like him?
Yeah, him and I always got along really well. Yeah. I mean, definitely really well.
Were there talks of a Hogan-Lex run?
Not back then. No.
For me personally, it was huge. Jim was a friend, a big supporter of Vader, and you listen to a Jim Ross narrated Vader match. Wow, I mean he liked the character. The announcer has a lot to do with what happened more than you would the average fan would think or know. And I mean I remember listening to matches after Jim. What's missing? It's like, am I not doing as well as? And it was Jim and the superlatives, the adjectives.
His demotion comes, maybe not so coincidentally, at the time where there's a change in power. Mm-hmm. And Ole is here, and Eric Bischoff has now risen the ranks. Am I wrong to say that this was maybe their decision?
I wouldn't have any idea, but I think, obviously, I think the company was moving in a different direction, and Jim with the cowboy hat and that type of announcer was, in other words, they were going into the Hollywood Hogan era.
Had you known this side of Dino prior to his murder?
I only met him a couple times, so I didn't know. That was a complete shock to me that he was involved in anything like that. Yeah, he was kind of, he was at a couple shows I was at, then he was back up in Montreal. I always knew there was a French-Canadian aspect to WWF at the time, and I just thought he was one of those guys that had that relationship with kind of the French-Canadian guys, so I didn't know he had any ties with things like that.
But when the news drops,
so that was definitely a big shock.
There's no guys in the locker room with you who say, "Yeah, you didn't know so this wasn't widespread knowledge."
It wasn't for me. Some of the guys knew. Yeah, you're right. Some guys, you know about that? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But definitely, you're on the money there.
Going back, you said there were some things that are being done that, like the Mick Foley feud with Vader. Mm-hmm. Vader Mick Foley feud was kind of just dismissed, mm-hmm. And it was the hottest thing in wrestling. The other thing was, in my prime and Steve Austin in his prime, we were teamed up together as a tag team, and we wrestled Flair and Arn Anderson. About 27 minutes on TV, and just the four of us together, I mean, just tore the house down. Steve and I, as a tag team, wow. I mean, it was just, And Steve and I looked at each other and just, I mean, Steve, have you ever felt anything like that? I mean, did you ever gel with a partner like that? And it was, wow, we need to do something about this. And we both tried. And didn't happen. So like the Foley feud that had just been diminished, they had a direction and a purpose for what they were doing. So
Was Pillman an appropriate tag partner for Steve?
obviously they did well. Was it the absolute best choice? Probably not, but obviously Steve, it's very easy to say Steve had talent. And he said have talent. He had very, very special talent.
I think him and both Linda had a real passion for charities, and so they're very philanthropic. Is that how you say it?
Philanthropic.
Philanthropic. And she had a real heart for Special Olympics. I went to there with their entire office, went there. The office staff, we were there, spent days there when we came to Connecticut one year when I was with them. So that was definitely legit and the real deal for both him and Linda. And I also think, in the second part of your question, to me that you posed, I think all corporations that succeed, I believe, share their success in charitable ways, and it's a win-win-win. It's great for charity, it's great for the company, it's great for the people they help. So is that a motive as well? Absolutely. I don't see anything wrong with that. My first impression was how hard it was to get in there because they don't let you keep your cars up in there, so you have to park down the street, and they got to get a van and bring you in. So I was annoyed by that. I go, "There's no place for us to park." They go, "No, this is the garden." I go, "I knew it was the garden, but I was annoyed." But once I got into the building, my first impression. But once I got into the building and was situated in the locker room, I walked up and down those hallways and saw Frank Sinatra and Muhammad Ali, and that is the Mecca. That is the Mecca. That is the building. I mean, anybody who's been anybody in show business, like entertainment and sports, they've done the Garden.
So it was significant for you.
Yeah, it was so cool that you were in the same hallways and dressing rooms as they were, and it has such a great tradition. It's a thrill to work in the Garden.
Do you remember anything behind the scenes about them putting it together? Was it a large effort? Is it something you guys were in any way involved in?
We weren't, but I didn't. A lot of the guys I thought it was a great idea to honor the guys that were the foundation and laid the foundation for us. And we were wondering if they were going to do it like Canton football and have a location someday. So yeah, we were all. I thought it was a great idea. Most of the guys I talked to thought it was a great idea.
What about today? Is it what it should be? Let me leave it there.
It blew my mind. I went to the one in Atlanta, my first one I went to live at WrestleMania, and they invited me to come, which was very nice of them, and they wanted me there. And they always invite me to come to WrestleMania or the Hall of Fame, and if my schedule permits, I love to come. I went to Atlanta and it was sold out. I couldn't believe it. The Hall of Fame, to show where it's come from the '93 to announce Andre on television, having a sold out 20,000 seats in Atlanta at the venue there. They did obviously WrestleMania at the Dome, but Phillips Arena holds 21. I mean, it was incredible. I was blown away.
Yeah,
it's come a long ways. I think it's great.
Are the right people getting in?
Well, I don't know. I think they give it due consideration, and I think it's a real team effort who they pick, and everybody I've seen that I've gone in, I think is very deserving, and some guys question that celebrity Hall of Fame person, but I think that's a cool thing. I mean, a celebrity who wrestled in a match. I mean, how many people I bumped into? I wish I could have one time been in a pro wrestling match. You got your Jay Leno's and your Donald Trumps and those guys. So I think it's kind of a cool thing. I think everybody knows that's a different category. I don't think in any way diminishes the efforts or the careers of the true long-term wrestlers that spent their career as a wrestler. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I really don't.
Who puts all this together?
Vince and his people, and they decide all that.
Are you free to work out with Brett the logistics of how it's going to go down or who's going to say what? How much is given to you, I guess, is what I'm asking.
It's mostly laid out to you. You have some freedom for input when they get you in a room and talk about it. I was new, so Matsuda always told me, be seen and not heard when you're the new guy or you're coming somewhere new. So, like, just shut up and do your job. So I always tried to adhere to that. Didn't always succeed, but I tried to adhere to that. So I was, pretty much more of a observer and at those kind of meetings at that point, because I was brand new.
I know he's a WWE Hall of Famer. I mean, that pretty much says it all, doesn't it? He's if he's worthy to get into that club, good wrestler. I know that when he lost his arm, just from nerve damage to one arm, I believe that slowed him down, although he worked very hard to keep the rest of his body in shape.
Outdoors midday in the Nevada desert. Why don't you take that first?
It was definitely unusual because for me, I'd never worked outdoors like that before. All the sound escapes up into the air, so it doesn't feel like you're in a building with the reverberation and like the building almost shakes when the crowd goes crazy. And so it was kind of in the ring was a different environment, definitely.
What about the heat? Was the heat an issue?
Not really. By the time I got in the ring, it was starting to. I think the sun was going down, so it wasn't too bad when I worked with Kurt. Man, I was sitting in the back like a chill pill, man. I was just like, I'm working with Mr. Perfect. His reputation is one of the greatest workers currently in the business. So he was going to lead me through. Man, I was just going to be a little two-step in there. So I knew I felt they'd handpicked for my WrestleMania debut to work with Mr. Perfect. Oh man, I was excited.
No WrestleMania jitters?
I was pretty relaxed because I was working with Kurt. I mean, even if you're not a good worker, you're gonna have a decent match with Kurt. He's gonna make you look decent. So I was pretty relaxed for that one. I didn't realize what was gonna happen when we got in the ring until it happened. But so I was in the back and we went over the match a little bit. So I was for my WrestleMania debut, which was exciting, and I'm just thrilled to be in. I was in a very relaxed state working with Kurt. When we got in the ring, we went over the match, we locked up, and he goes, what are we doing, what are we doing, what are we doing? I thought, because I heard Kurt was a ribber, like joking.
Yes, he was.
So I go, come on, Kurt, man. What? I'm like, what are we doing? He goes, no, man, what are we doing, what are we doing? He blanked out and forgot the whole match.
Did you remember it?
Pieces of it.
I have to go back and rewatch this now, knowing this. How did it come out?
I was calling the match. Kurt couldn't remember what we'd gone over. Now, me sitting in the back relaxing, I wasn't like going over and over it again, so I was kind of like trying to remember what we did next. And you really don't want to talk through each thing you do as you're throwing it off the rope. So, oh man, I got nervous. I went from being really relaxed to really nervous in the ring about 30 seconds in.
He ribbed you.
It was not a rib. If he ribbed me, he pulled it off.
Yeah.
Because he flat out said he blanked, he apologized afterwards, and he seemed so sincere. He'd get an Oscar for Oscar or a Golden Globe if he was acting. He said, man, I got all revved up for the match and caffeined up. And he goes, man, I got in there, I blanked. he was one of the greatest workers in the business, and he forgot our match at my WrestleMania debut, and I was trying to lead the match.
I hope you didn't hold it against him.
No, not at all. I wasn't upset with him, but I went from being real relaxed to real nervous in the ring all of a sudden.
You're in Sin City for a few days. There have to be some good Las Vegas stories. Bunch of wrestlers in Las Vegas. Before the matches, after the matches.
Yeah, I stayed to myself pretty much.
Were you a quiet guy like that? Do your own thing?
Yeah, at that time I was new, and I didn't have a lot of guys. Once you're in the groove, like at WCW, I ran with the Steiner Brothers and Sting. We like to go to the gym. We like to eat lots of protein. We had all our common interests. I hadn't really, at that point, established a group of guys that I kind of, when you're on the road, you jump in the rental car with and throw your bags in together. So at that particular event, I was more kind of hanging out by myself.
But you were never a party guy, right?
At that time, no.
Well, we heard, we did a special called Being a Horseman with JJ, where he actually had a book from 1987, and we did 1 week in the life of the Horseman. And we had the hotels, we had the bars, we had the cabs, we had everything. And we were in Bennigan's, and I said, okay, we're in Bennigan's, and tell me what drink everyone's holding. And he said this, Tully's got a beer, and Arn's a beer guy too. Rick had the Kamikazes. I had my Bacardi and Coke. He said, and Lex was probably standing against the wall with a milk or something like that, or a glass of soda all night long.
Yeah, at that time, I would have a couple of drinks to be sociable and fit in with the guys, but I wasn't a big drinker back then. Definitely not. I didn't have a drink.
Yokozuna beats Brett.
Rick would always order Sea Breeze.
For barely a drink.
Yeah.
It was a perfume
that was
in a
his
glass.
drink.
What did Jerry contribute that first year, either as a commentator or a worker? Raw. Did he help define the Raw image in a way?
I think he did. I thought he was a very good commentator, very insightful. He's a very sharp guy, very intelligent, very insightful. So I thought I thought that was the main purpose, was more of a commentator, guy who might wrestle now and then.
Do you think he got? Did you think at the time that he would get over? That Jerry was such an icon in Memphis and that whole part of the world and that whole sensibility. Coming up to New York, did you think it would be an ill fit?
I don't know. I didn't really have an opinion on Jerry. I had a good time with him. I wrestled him those times in Memphis, so I liked Jerry. He was a very pleasant guy, and so I was rooting for him. Right. I mean, in general, if you're like a real Southern guy and you come up to Philly and Boston, New York, the first few times it could be kind of rough, in wrestling in general. So yeah, I know where you're coming from there, but I thought Jerry was a good addition.
We talked a little bit about Eddie as a booker, but talk about his work in front of the camera for you guys.
He was an amazing talent. He could take a mic and without missing a breath, much like Paulie, he could talk for 15 minutes.
Right.
And all relevant. He'd get off, a little bit just being funny, but all germane to what's going on. Right. And his in-ring work, he was a bump machine. He was when he was a job guy. He was as he grew through the business. He could take bumps. He was just phenomenal. He's not afraid to get, a lot of color. He could be hardcore, as evidenced by him and Cactus Jack. I'd seen back with TWA. And he was a great guy out of the ring. He was fun to be with. We had such a good time together hanging out. Eddie and I we became really tight for a while there.
What about his pairing with Snuka?
That was all done because I think anybody who was a name, he wanted a part of his group. It just was going to be that way. He didn't want to have one guy that they don't deal with. Let's placate him. I guess in his mind, let's placate him by putting them all in the main faction. Paulie, him, and their guys. And he brought Paulie in too, who's going to be doing the interviews and helping him do the guys doing interviews.
Wearing the traditional brown
Man,
robes.
you're really digging for stuff now.
Yeah, well, do you remember it?
I do remember it now as you bring it up.
Who the hell thought this was going to work?
I don't know. I've heard worse things than that. When I was in WCW, one of the guys threw out that they were going to have a tag team named the Humpbacks.
So no
And
one
they
could
were the
pin them.
humpbacks that no one could pin them.
Yeah. Or the ding dongs, the guys that were the bells.
Yeah, and they were going to finally have an outdoor show, and they'd pin the guys. It was pins count anywhere, and the humpbacks would finally lose because they would get pinned in the hole, and their backs would. This was actually discussed.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
WCW. Huh?
Yeah.
WCW.
So I mean, compare that to the Friar. You know, who's to say, right?
Well, this drew legit heat from the Catholic Church, the wrestling monk. How could they not see that coming?
Yeah, I guess
Those Catholics take that stuff seriously.
they do.
Is this as significant to you guys in the locker room as it was from a business standpoint? Putting your stamp on enemy territory.
No, it just again, that was a suit and tie thing, and that was a battle of the execs. You know, when you're on the road 300 days a year, 250 days a year, it's just another show. Hey, let me get out of here. Let me go home for 2 days and then have a cold beer and take a shower and get back on the road. It really, it just didn't matter. To give myself credit in terms of not being a sadistic bleep, you know, Mick would come. For example, Mick walked up to Harley and I and said that he has an idea. And oh, here we go. And Leon, don't wear your gloves. Just put some tape on your wrist. Don't wear your gloves. And you know, when you hit me, twist it and cut me, and then do it over here, and you know, puff my nose and cut my forehead up, and I'll feed over to Harley, and then Harley can do it. And, you know, and if you know anything about Harley Race, Harley's got this. Wow, he has a steel hand.
Yes.
Literally.
Yes.
He's got these big, giant fingers and knuckles that would, really would hurt if he hit you with it. And this is what Mick wanted: the power bomb on the cement, power bombing on the cement. The thing on you'll see in his DVD, Mick Foley, like you've never seen him before. He jumps on my back and I'm bleeding, and I've got a hold of him, and he's got a hold of my neck, and he choke slammed me, and we took 2 steps forward, and I put my left foot down, threw my right leg up, jumped up in the air, and smashed him with 400 pounds onto the. And the ring has, everyone thinks this ring has all this give. It has really no give. It's just, it still supports with, an inch plywood with an inch of rubber with a hard, hard canvas over it. And then the rampway has absolutely no give. It's worse. So I did that to him on the ramp. And then for the record, he's asking you to do this to him. So a lot of the stuff that was done to him, this was Mick's. In other words, he knew which direction his career was going and wanted this to happen to him.
But now, if I'm office, I'm going to grab you guys and say, listen, we got a whole thing planned here. I need you to healthy. Please calm down. Does anyone say that to you?
No one says it to him. But obviously, I'm not saying they didn't have concern for Mick, but again, you have a guy that this was his plan to get into the Hall of Fame and make a lot of money, which he has.
But now, is there a concern for television because of the blood and the violence? Does anyone say?
The only match that I'm aware of is that they canceled because of the blood. Was that match where, I was told not to wear my gloves so I could cut him.
I like to take credit for it. They always think of these things.
Yeah.
We had Dr. James Andrews, the world's most world-renowned orthopedic, who did the surgery, and it was a 6-inch titanium steel plate there with 6 screws. And we thought, man, we're a pad over it, and when you do your finish, pull it down. What are they going to do? They're going to have to force them to make a ruling, right? You have a foreign object, but it's implanted in your body. And I mean, you think about it like a street fight or bar fight. Someone doesn't know how to fight, and they get too close to you. Man, most guys bring up the flipper in the jaw and the chin. I mean, flippers, that's not one of the hardest parts of your body right there. To have a steel plate in there, that was a pretty good idea. I wish we'd done more with it if I'd stayed there longer. I thought that was pretty good.
On May 3rd,
What do they do? Have you take it out?
You
Have
can't do
surgery
that.
and remove it?
Yeah, what do you do? That's a good point.
He was pretty good at it. Fifi certainly didn't hurt.
Where'd she come from?
I have no idea. But Flair and me on that set didn't work. My character was, this madman, growling, grunting, kind of caveman type guy. And I think, in retrospect, looking back, some of that I could have toned down a little bit and probably got more response out of the Vader camera, out of the Vader character off camera. And I had Hardy for that, but it was just, Rick couldn't do anything with me. It was just, so looking back on that, I'd have to take that one on my shoulders. If I had, slowed that down a little bit and
Gotcha.
Just gave him a little room to work there. It's hard to interview a grunt and a growl. And by the way, I'm going to beat you up tomorrow. I mean, so I didn't give Rick much room to work there.
His work was good. I didn't think he looked like a wrestler, but that was part of the whole thing. So it worked.
Do you think there was room for that type of build? You're a product of a time when wrestlers looked a certain way, period. He walks in, he can work. Do you think it has legs?
I did it at the time when guys didn't look, I thought, physically up to the part. I had an old school philosophy at that time. Now I love what really those guys coming in then and getting over and mixing in with all the big, tall, gigantic, ginormous, or built guys. I think it diversified wrestling. Now we got everybody from Rey Mysterio to Big Show. And they all have different skills and talents and abilities and high flyers and the lucha libre. And I think it diversified wrestling. And I was old school. And at the time, I wasn't a proponent of it, and I was probably prejudicial towards those guys in my own mind. And I think it ended up, but I was wrong. And in retrospect, I was wrong. It ended up being a good thing for wrestling in the long run, especially if you want to talk about drug testing and stuff.
Yeah.
Let's guys of all sizes be able to wrestle, instead of just these big, giant guys. Must not have made much impression on me. I don't even remember losing to him.
Yeah.
Maybe I had short memory for my losses. That was part of my success, formula for success. Remember all my victories, have a short, and forget my losses.
This wasn't a punishment
I
or
had so
something,
many
was
wins.
it?
Matsuda also, to go back to Matsuda, he said, man, this is a work. If it wasn't, there wouldn't be very many guys in it. Because Matsuda was known for he said, so don't you ever catch an attitude about when they come to you with a finish. That's your job. They give you a finish, you work back from there, you make the match, and that's it. Don't ever question what's being done in the ring. He said,
Another one of his students,
whether it's best for you or not.
Another one of his
you
students,
do it as a professional.
who probably didn't get that speech was Hogan, right?
I don't know.
Another one of Hero's students, right?
Well, I think Hogan became so successful that's what sort of created that creative control thing, right?
Yeah. That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
Anyway, on May 4th, at the Superstars taping in
I heard Andre had
Worcester-
creative control. Was that
Yes.
true?
Andre? Well,
I hear he was the only other one besides Hogan who had creative control. You're a historian. Was that true?
Andre never lost, right? That was the deal.
Well,
Unless in
he must have
Japan.
had creative
In
control
Japan.
then.
in Japan, I guess, right? Every once in a while.
I heard him and Hogan were the only two that ever had creative control in the earlier days. I mean, think about it, if we could decide our own finishes matches, right, it would have been complete chaos. We would have wanted to lose.
Yeah. Well, no, understood. We worked with Kevin Sullivan this morning.
I
We did
mean,
an extensive.
Ming probably would have been world champion. Ming or Barbarian at the time.
Yeah, right.
If it was real, go fight it out. They would have been the champions.
How does Paul Heyman come into this company?
Quietly,
It's the only thing he's ever done quietly.
yes. Eddie brought him in. He was a friend of Eddie's. He said, "This guy's, I'd seen him on TV as a manager. He started about the phone gimmick, the whole thing." And he brought him in. He says, "He's really good with interviews. If you let him coach these guys, these young kids who've never done an interview other than what they thought was an interview, they're going, I'm going to kill you. Let him. He's the right guy to do this."
Right.
So that was his job. He would stay in the back and help these guys. And then when he come to the ring for his match or whatever with Eddie or whoever, but for the most part, he was just going to be a background, piece.
What'd you think of his work on screen here in the first year of the company, just as an on-screen talent?
He was tremendous. I mean, you put a microphone in Paul Heyman's hand, and you just sit back and enjoy the show. He can make you care. He can make you love. He can make you hate. He can take you and put you into the story and say, like, this guy thinks and he'll put out a storyline for you where the wrestlers don't even have to say a word. Like, they're just ready to go wrestle now because he's already given you the entire layout of what's going on by his verbiage and how he uses the microphone.
He's initially brought in to be Eddie's assistant booker, or is this something that develops after?
No, he was never an assistant booker.
Oh, okay.
Not at all. He was.
He was not helping Eddie in any way at this
He
point.
was just doing the mic. He was doing the mic work. That's all.
Nothing creatively.
No.
Okay. Payoff for Raw was apparently $150 per man. I don't know if you were getting that, but some wrestlers were complaining, couldn't even cover the expenses in New York. They're scaling down now. Is the business taking such a hit that the budgets need to be constrained to this level?
Well, I mean, if you look at it from a business standpoint, any business, any company, it's their prerogative. If the revenue's down and the economy wasn't good at the time, so there's less money spent on entertainment. We did a lot of European tour stuff, and they could see us that often, so we'd do well over there. But yeah, they did scale back. And if I was the CEO and CFO and the guys got together at a table, if I found ways that I could cut expenses on production costs and have a venue where you can, the building's less and you have 3,000 or 4,000 people, you make it look like it's packed and amp up the noise. I mean, at a time when the economy's not good, I really don't see anything wrong with that.
But now you guys are being asked to come in on days off to do promos too now. So
yeah, I didn't say I liked it.
you understood.
But I didn't like that part of it. But I wanted to be a good foot soldier. I might have grumbled a little bit now and then about doing
150
that.
payoff for a top guy on TV. True.
Now, see, me, I was always so confident back in the day, in my wrestling prime, that I never looked at a payoff. I thought that was being, kind of being a penny counter. Mm-hmm. I wanted to look at the big picture of your career and the direction it was going, and if you were making the right steps, if you were successful, the money would come. So I always tried to look at the big picture. I'm not saying that the guys that were struggling, they were eating in the McDonald's dollar meals. I don't know if they had dollar meals, but they were in McDonald's and putting 6 in a room. Mm-hmm. I wasn't undergoing that, obviously, because I was making better money from the house shows and some of the pay-per-views. But so I could understand it was hard on some of the guys, no doubt.
On May 10th.
I wasn't the most sensitive guy to that kind of thing back then.
Does WCW management give you any problems, A, for taking high-profile bookings outside the company, B, for doing this dangerous kind of fighting?
Well, the danger they didn't like, but they didn't have a choice. It was part of my contract. the thing that I had negotiated with Bischoff was 5 years, X amount of dollars, and the ability to go to Japan X amount of times. So that was my right, and I was exercising it. It was a good deal. I mean, because being the WCW World Champion, I could negotiate a pretty good rate going back over for Nokia or whomever, and I could work for any of the companies over there. So they obviously wanted those rights back, and eventually I restructured the deal for more money and more years to
not go to Japan.
Well, yeah, to give them those rights, and then that gave them, our television then became more valuable because it included me.
Right.
So.
Now from a performer's standpoint, you're in charge of the Vader character here, and you want as much longevity as possible. Are you worried about participating in a shoot fight and your health and whatnot as WCW champion and cutting your run short in America?
You're always worried about that, but I just, at the time, I was pretty confident, in my abilities and the strength and the ability to move. The only guy that scared me was Viktor Hashabikov. He's a two-time legit gold medalist from Russia, and 6'1", 340 pounds, and just, I don't care. I was really in the best shape of my career, and however tall I was, legit height, probably right around 6'4", and 415. I had trimmed down for that, trimmed down to a 415, and he just, the power this guy possessed. I was all about push. I could probably knock that wall over. That door over, pushing it, exploding, but he could pull it. He could pull it off its hinges, and that difference, the pull and then get to your side. So he scared me.
Is it initially a huge payday that is the lure for you to shoot fight, or do you legitimately want to?
No, didn't want to then. It was a payday.
Okay.
I was involved in a shopping center. And the pay requirements were really, really hefty.
You were building a shopping center?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had bought some property and was developing it. The PUD, the planned unit development, all the architectural drawings, was about a $400,000 bill just by itself.
I heard about that. I didn't see it.
Didn't catch Howard's reaction to this?
I didn't. I bet it was pretty good.
Would he be compensated for this by the company?
I'm sure he was.
How about the relationship between Howard and Vince? I think Howard is probably the employee with the most longevity in that company to this day.
I think a very special relationship. It's very genuine. Howard's really a brilliant guy. I think he runs their whole internet stuff now. He's in charge of all that. So which is obviously nowadays ginormous.
At this time, is he doing anything office-wise, or is he just doing the announcing? Is he running promo?
I think he was in the office some too.
Yeah.
They always had a great relationship. I could tell it was very genuine. It was the real deal. I had the thing with the Steiners that they never let me forget. And I said, I didn't mean it this way, but we were good friends, and they were concerned about their payoffs. But the economy was down. We talked about that, right? At this era. I forget when the Steiners came in. But they were concerned about what was being paid. And I had such a good relationship with them because the Steiners are bad to the bone. So I told them, you gotta understand, you guys are splitting your pay in half. I'm a legitimate single superstar. I go, you guys are a tag team, and Vince looks at it as another match in the card. I go, the singles main event guys are what's being featured. I go, you guys are basically tag team guys, are garnish.
Boy, set of balls on you to say that to Rick.
Not the smartest thing. They never let me, to this day, when I'm around Rick, he'll say, garnish, huh? So, but anyways, I think tag team was a huge deal for the fans, but and it has a great history, but pay-wise, not just in WB, pay-wise, you were basically kind of 4 guys on one match. You weren't going to get paid the same way. He did so much crazy stuff and got in so many fights in bars and at the buildings, and oh my goodness, I couldn't even keep track of all that.
Were they liked by
There
the
was
other
just
boys?
one more, what's that?
Were they liked by the other boys?
Yeah, but they were funny. I mean, Sags and Knobs, they were hilarious, but man, the next minute they'd be fighting with you. They were just wild. I mean, they were relentless. If they ribbed somebody, they wouldn't let up till it was basically the guy had to fight them.
Right.
But then they'd be laughing afterwards. That was just the way they were.
Right. Marty has been hired and fired by Vince over the course of years and years. Why such allegiance to Marty Jannetty?
Vince's allegiance?
Yeah.
You know, Vince, for me, Vince does a lot of stuff that people don't know about. Always has behind the scenes with guys who maybe were adjusting well after wrestling. That people talk about there isn't a union, there's not a pension.
Mm-hmm.
But I know countless cases that Vince never talks about, the people where he's taking care of guys and giving them chance after chance to come back, and if they're struggling with any particular thing, that he wants to give them a second or third chance. I've seen that many times out of Vince. There's a very compassionate side to him about as case point you're making with Marty.
Right.
To see him get back on their feet, and the wrestling's all they know at the time, and they have made an adjustment doing something outside wrestling, and Vince is known for giving guys, when they say Vince will never let that guy come back again, he does.
So the philanthropy that we were talking about.
I think
before.
it's a compassion side of him that people don't give him credit for, in my opinion.
Thought Marty
I
might-
saw it over and over again with him, including guys that were long retired who were in need of help. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
The veteran.
The current established stars mentoring and discipling and making new stars.
Is Scott that kind of guy?
Oh yeah, Scott's a great guy that way. Great worker. He's always thinking of ways to make new guys. Yeah, Scott's very good at that. He's the kind of worker that can do that. The Flairs, the Bret Harts, the Scotts, they have the gift, the ability in the ring to make guys, and they don't mind doing it at all. They got it right. They got the right idea.
Was it significant to you as a modern day participant to be amongst the company of those guys, or again, is it just another 300 days on the road and another payday?
Yeah, you have to say that. I mean, it just became, at one point, just became one big blur. I mean, you're doing 275 days. You want to be home in front of your TV, and you want to spend a little time with your son that's growing up. But no, that's always special to be around those guys that started it, that contributed along the way.
Were any of those guys fans of yours that would come up that you didn't expect someone to say, hey, listen, I really think you're great?
Yes and no. I mean, some of them, I did a lot of barking and fighting, where, the era before me now was, they were technicians, and so I got respect for getting over and being able to do what I did physically for, a big man, and the strength and the ability to move from point A to B quickly and deliver a blow. Like I told you, I feel the definition of power, pure power, is the ability to move from point A to B and deliver a blow. Where these guys were, they were technicians, and so there was some.
So some of them didn't get it, maybe.
Well, yeah, some of them didn't get the character. I was who I was, and I was paying the bills, and I think I did a pretty good job at that.
You recall what happened between Tully and WCW, that Tully didn't want to be a part of it, was fired, wasn't let be a part of it, or whatever?
No, and again, that being a Flair thing and just was, that camp was clearly divided. There was
friction.
Well, there was Sting and his group, and there was Ron Simmons.
Oh, I see.
And then there was
The
Tully,
Flair
and then
guys.
definitely that whole group where Flair and Tully and the Horsemen, Arn Anderson. And,
So you weren't privy to a lot of stuff that was going on in
Yeah.
that clique.
Yeah, and they, to be honest with you, they were pretty much running the company.
Why Paul Roma?
Wasn't he a friend of one of those guys? I don't know.
Would have to have been, I guess, right?
Buddy, you're digging really. I mean, that's a good question, because I would not know how to answer that.
Question a lot of people have.
Sid, again, like I said, he was offered the Vader gimmick, and offered or was considered. I don't really know the case, and I guess I don't care at this point. But and then they talked to him. Well, we have this helmet, and we want to give it to you. We're going to pay you a lot of money to wear it, and some of the marketing things, and then they saw him wrestle. And Sid is a very good wrestler in America, and look is just tremendous. I mean, the muscularity, good athleticism in my opinion, but to be able to move, the first thing you'd have to say is, well, he's legit, what, 6'7"?
Very tall.
Yeah, I mean, legitimate 6'7", and a little stiff, at the hips, and you're talking about a 6 foot, let's just say Ricky Choshu, just could hit the ropes, go back and forth across the ring 3 times before most people could turn around and even attempt to throw a clothesline where he could even duck it. I mean, they're just gone.
What were his biggest limitations?
Who?
Sid.
I wouldn't comment on his limitations, but what I'm the analogy in terms of who he was being asked to wrestle, and that obviously just wasn't, his crew. He could definitely go there and have a squash match where, he could take a smaller guy and powerbomb him and choke slam him and do all that. But to actually, get in there and do 23 minutes and work and have that real match that I was talking about earlier with the smaller guy, you have to move. You have to get down on their level and move, move for move, step for step. And actually, even though you're taller, you have to lower your level and get eye to eye.
Eddie said to me, he goes, listen, this guy sucks. I said, no, he doesn't. He goes, Todd, this guy sucks, the commentator. I go, yeah, but he's one of the first ones to come to me, one of the reasons I started the company. He goes, yeah, because he had speakers. He goes, come on, you got to think now. You got to think differently. You can't think that you owe this guy something because he was there at the beginning. I said, but I'm loyal that way. I feel badly. I said, we got to do something for him. And so, without explaining anything, they said somebody out pointing and said, oh, they need you in the back, Stevie. He goes, he had no idea why. He goes, me? He goes, yeah. So he goes to the back, and there's Eddie Poliato, and he's going, hey, Stevie, come over here. This is Paul's doing color commentary. Stevie never comes back out again.
Is it possible to work everybody as a babyface? I mean, Kamala the Ugandan Giant is a babyface. Does some things just not work? Or can anyone be a face?
No, I don't think anybody can be a face, but I think the fans, in my opinion, have always chosen the stars and pretty much whether they like them better as a baby face or heel. I used to remember Vince always at the Garden. We talked about the Garden at the curtain. I guess his dad always did that, watching what we was doing. He was watching the crowd reaction. There's something intangible that you can't put your finger on about certain guys that you just. I saw it throughout, all the way from when I was in wrestling until the Goldbergs came along. They'd walk out and people hadn't seen it before. There's a buzz in the crowd, there's electricity. I truly believe wrestling, I think one of the things that are special between the wrestlers themselves and the companies and the Vince McMahon's and also the crowd, I think a lot of the fans really do make and pick the wrestlers. And no matter how hard you try to shove somebody a certain way, eventually I think it kind of has its own course that it takes. And I think fans play a huge role in that.
You know, Flair was getting paid good money, you know, especially at that point. I know when Hogan came and then that crew, Randy came and that crew came in, a definite shift from Ron and Foley and myself, and you know, they were trying to clear money. You know, they were trying to clear money off the board so they could, you know. So I don't know if Rick had a problem with it. I know, you know, he was making a lot of money, and
Maybe if it was good for the company, it was okay, even if he had to kind of take one for the team?
well, I think so, because you know, Rick's obviously a consummate pro, and the company was moving forward pretty fast, and I think the last thing that you wanted to be at that point was a problem, and
Right.
and you would find some way to get sit down the road.
I knew Kevin from WCW, and I was anxious to see him come in and get a chance. So I was thrilled Vince was giving him a chance to come in and do something. I see, here was a guy 7 feet tall and was the head bouncer for years, and he was legendary in Atlanta. I lived in Atlanta. He was the legendary, the head bouncer at the big strip club there. So every heard of Kevin Nash. And so I thought, man, wrestling should be able to do something with this guy.
How does he carry himself when he comes in? Does he follow the Hiro Matsuda tenet?
Yeah, I thought Kevin handled himself well. Yeah, he had a good attitude and wanted to learn, and he was at ringside with a great worker, so that was a good guy to put him with. As the bodyguard to watch Sean work, and yeah, I thought Kevin had a great attitude.
He became a master of locker room politics, as he would tell you later on. Had you seen any of that in WCW?
No. No, a hidden skill.
Hidden talents. Hidden talents.
Yes.
You know what? Kevin's obviously proven himself as you know, a future Hall of Famer, and this is you know, he's made a tremendous amount of money, but to leave at that time, who he was in the WCW at that time,
Right.
And then who he was when he came back. So you know, Kevin is a very smart man, and obviously that was. God, I mean, you talk about the ultimate, you know, and they say it's a big believer in timing, and for him to go away and then get involved with Sean as the bodyguard and be part of the clique, and you know, become a major player in the business and then come back. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I you know, Kevin's a friend of mine, and I like to think you know, early on he would come to me and ask for suggestions and you know, just basic questions on, you know, formula. I mean, is there a formula to have a good match and then versus a bad match, and he's somebody I consider a good friend, and you know he's done very, very well.
Yes. Well, we're
from all kinds of standpoints.
we love Kevin too, and he could probably teach a collegiate master class on wrestling politics, couldn't he?
Yes, that was perfectly timed, by the way.
This is at the time of Viking Hall,
Correct.
right? How do you find Viking Hall?
Johnny Hotbody said, yo, this is South Philly, you know, this guy fucking Butchie. You gotta be fucking Butchie. He's got a big building we can do shows in, you know. I said, what? All right. I met him coming down here to work one day. Hey, you're done. Look at Butchie, man. I said, hey, what's up? He goes, come on up to my office, okay? Let's talk. I said, okay. I look, I go, oh, how do I get up there? He goes, come here. He takes this little like lamp thing, he's like hold a lamp thing, and there's like literally planks across completely empty, you know, space. And I'm walking a plank to get up to the offices for the Vikings.
Was it there? What was the? Was
No,
that
it was up there.
Okay.
It was where their offices were. It was their clubhouse was. They had a nice bar and clubhouse up there too. Boy, oh my God. Although I guess all the mummers must, but I had never been inside the mummers like that before. And that's I had to go. I mean, every time you had to go up there, you had to go up these steps like this, and then it was like tightrope walking to get in there. I'm carrying my briefcase. I'm going, oh my God, I'm dead. And he's popping right up there. He's been done this 1,000 times, and I'm going, trying to get into this guy's office. And you know, Butchie's, to this day, even though he doesn't have to run the building anymore, he's a part owner in it. He was, I was ready to go to court and testify for him as a character witness because he had a real problem in law a year and a half ago, which is all over TV here in Philadelphia, where he ended up shooting somebody actually, but possibly justified. And the point is that he is now done, it's over, he's good, didn't go to jail, no problem. But I'm still friendly with him to this day. See, all the originals, the real originals, not the ones who say they're the originals because they came around 2 years later.
Right.
But any of the real first people that are in this grouping right here, you're talking about when they opened this building,
Yeah.
that was a family and stayed a family. The fact that I'm still talking to Butchie today, not that I ever see him, but he called on me, he said, Tod, you know, can you help me out here? I need a character witness. I know you were the charity head. I did a lot of, I built some stuff for the kids at the charity. I did, you know, gratis. I said, yeah, you did. He said, would you tell me? I said, sure I would. But that grouping still, to this day, minus half of them that are gone.
Did you have to make any changes to start running shows here, or you just?
We had to put the buckets down when the rain came in.
Right.
And from what I understand, it's not far removed from that still to this day. They would, every time I meet with the building owner, don't worry, it's Eli. Don't worry, we're fixing the roof Thursday. This is, I mean, it's been on for 8 years, and there's like they were always fixing the roof. But meanwhile, every time it rained, there were the buckets all around ringside, and you couldn't put seats here. It was just what it was. But the beauty of like Butchie was, I said, you know, he's seeing this product that's insane. And I said, and the first time something got broken, like a dressing room, a door here or a door, Dad, all right, man, I'll fix the hole in the wall, fuck the place up. As long as you pay for it, it's all yours. I'll just, you know, put up some more sheetrock tomorrow, and we're, you know, what do you call it, drywall?
Drywall,
yeah. And I said, all right. So we had carte blanche, and from that point on, boom, you know, it was like that really crazy.
This becomes your home.
Yeah.
Was it the regulars that made it home, or was there anything special about working the venue, the amount of size, or was it entirely the people?
It was all the people.
Yeah.
Those same people were so diehard, were such a part of the product that there were times we'd go to other places, other areas, and the people in the front row would dress like the fans in the front row here. They'd have a sign guy dude, they'd have a hat guy. Like they became, they didn't even realize it, but they were becoming their own cult heroes too. They were so enmeshed and integrated in the product. I'd never seen anything like this before. This is why I thought for sure we've tapped into something that's I've never seen anything like this before. The people were they're lining up outside of this building, 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon for an 8 o'clock show at night, and it's 15 degrees outside, it's snowing, and they didn't care. It was their lives too.
We're going to do a walkthrough with you of the building later as a special feature, but take me back here. If I were to walk in that back door of what was the ECW arena at the time, what would I be seeing? What would I see? What would the locker? What would be happening in the locker dressing area?
Well, first of all, you couldn't get in that way. There wasn't a door there.
Oh, so you guys all came in the front.
There was
too?
a ramp that came up from there.
Oh, okay.
And then there was the front door over here.
Okay.
That they made a new. That's all new. That level.
Right.
That was a big giant.
So if I came in
loading
the back, what would be happening
There'd be
here?
a loading
at
ramp.
ECW?
You come up the loading ramp. There's all that.
Who's around? Well, who's doing what? Who's doing who?
Well, because of what year we're talking about.
That's true.
I mean,
That's
we used
true.
to love the fact that the Vikings were part of the Mummers Day Parade. For if people don't know what that is, it's a giant history parade in Philadelphia. It's been going on forever. Brilliant costumes, brilliant props, and floats. It's an amazing parade. Right. Philadelphia only tradition. Every year, January 1st. So they would build their props for like 8-9 months back there to make these things float, to make these floats and all, which is right where we could hide and smoke our pot back there. And then Butchie would come back and he'd go, "Hey, Don, I think somebody smelled some shit back there." I said, I got it, Butchie, I got it. I go back there, "Here, give me it." All right, put this shit out. We go back out there. Butchie, then we all come back out and go, "I got it." He's like, "All right, good, it's good. It's like that, so.
We should have brought Butchie. It sounds like I want Butchie to sit here with us.
First of all, his name's fucking Butchie. No one in
fucking
Philadelphia
Butchie.
ever called him Butchie. I swear, raise my hand to God. Ask any of the wrestlers. Everybody who worked here in the building, his people. Yo, fucking Butchie. Yo, ask fucking Butchie. He'll tell you. Like, that was his name. I never heard anyone call him Butch or Butchie. Always fucking Butchie. He was the first person to say to me, like, "Wow, I've never seen a locker room like this. I've been in this business for all these years." He goes, "You guys, like, you're all together. Like, you're all sitting in the huddle around the monitor, watching each other's matches and cheering for match to be better than the one before. Like, everybody wanted this company to become something. I wanted to make it a family atmosphere amongst the boys, and that sounds so out of left field, but it was important to me because I thought if we're all in this together, and they see that I'm not a typical promoter, I'm not going to screw anybody or fuck anybody, and I never did. I never wrote a bad check in my life. Never made a promise I couldn't keep. You know, once they saw that, it flowed.
How did an honest guy work so long with Paul? I don't mean this as an insult. All the stories are on the shows with Paul Heyman.
That didn't become an issue until closer to when I decided I want to leave. Now you're in the 95. That's our next DVD.
Right.
This is only 92 and 93.
Right.
94 and 95 we'll do next.
So at this point, he's a straight shooter?
Yeah, as far as I knew. I never saw any evidence otherwise. He never would say to me, "Hey," like as he would years later, I'm just going to tell him this, and never.
Did he ever want you to be complicit in telling, later on in 95, not here, but later on, want you to be complicit in the webs that he would weave?
That's what dissolved our partnership, yeah.
Because you wouldn't do it?
Yeah, 100%.
You wouldn't lie to a wrestler?
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you a story. We were in New York doing a show with Tommy D, was his name, promoter in New York. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. I just remember the Bruce Brothers were on. This is why I remember this. And I guess he was buying the show. And he's supposed to pay me, and we're using his venue and some of his guys. And that's what he wanted, to get some of his guys on our show, because we were starting to grow. And the show goes, "I can't pay the guys." I said, "What do you mean you can't pay the guys?" He goes, "Listen, write them all checks. By the time they get home, by then I'll have had the money to." I said, "I'm not going to write them checks knowing that not me. I'm not going to write them bad checks. It's your show. You're supposed to be paying everybody, paying their money."
This is Tommy D,
the
not
promoter.
Paul. Say,
No,
okay.
the promoter. He goes, "Come on, man." I said, "No." I said, "Yo, Ron, the Bruce Brothers. This guy wants me to give you bad checks. He wants to fucking, they'll get you later. What are you thinking?" Well, they picked him up. This guy's a little chunky dude. The Bruce Brothers. They picked him up in the air. His feet were dangling, You're gonna fucking pay us, brother. You know. I was like, well, let me get my briefcase. All of a sudden, Sammy took his briefcase. Like these guys were never gonna kill him. I said, don't beat him up, because you'll never get paid.
Right.
But then he called me. He's like, so my briefcase is gone. I said, I've located it. I found out Sammy had taken it and thrown it over the fence or something. He went around and got it later on. I said, you pay the boys. The briefcase comes back unopened. Somehow I came up with the money in the next 24 or 48 hours.
Right.
Yeah, but I won't screw money.
Right. But I mean, that's not Paul. I mean, this is a different.
That was just another person. There's another example that I just would not be complicit in anything that I thought would come back later and say, no, this guy fucked me. I don't mind fucking him back. And I'll tell you something about Hawk. You said that. We had Hawk in a one of the like semi-mains, let's say, in an arena show. He calls me up. I guess the day before. Oh, deep voice. I gotta be honest with you, brother. I'm not gonna be there Saturday night. Hey, what are you talking about? We've been advertising this on TV for like the last 4 years. I ain't gonna lie to you. You never lied to me. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm on lockdown. I go, you're in jail? He goes, no, lockdown. I'm just smoking the shit in the mountains in a cabin, and I'm not coming out for a couple of days. Thank you for being honest. You know, like, but no, and on some level, he would just no show anybody else. He would just told me like a couple of days later, yeah, I got something happened to play. But he didn't do that. He said, I respect for you. I'm not going to lie to you.
Right.
I'm getting fucked up, but I'm not going to lie to you.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to choose locking myself in a cabin and smoking crack.
I'll tell you what,
as opposed to meth, whatever.
Next time I come in, I'll do one show for free and one for for money. Oh, you know, you didn't pay me yet. I'll give you at least one free show, and he did.
Right.
Man,
Honor among thieves. It's a weird.
It is.
It's a weird place to find Zen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but still, that was, you got to respect the guy. At least it's to say to you, I'm giving you a heads up. So you get there and find I'm not there. I'm telling you a day ahead of time, I'm not coming.
Right. Like maybe Sid, who might have a softball game or something like that. You said Hawk said to you he was shocked by the unity.
He said, I've never seen a dressing room where nobody's trying to, there's nobody here trying to fuck anybody. Like, nobody here is trying to, like, because everywhere I am, you got to wonder what this guy's up really about. What's it? Here, it's like, you come to the curtain, the whole fucking dressing room, everyone hugging you and telling you what a great match you had.
Right, and we always hear that here. And in our, 17, 18-hour chronicling of the history of this company so far, we always hear that. And it's usually attributed to Paul Heyman. Maybe by fans, maybe because it's what we see like in documentaries or the talking heads in those shows from Connecticut.
See, the thing is, when it was like that, he wasn't running things yet.
Well, what I want to say is, now we're talking back in '93. Were you kind of the spiritual guru?
I'd like to think so. I like kind of like not like a father figure per se, but I'd like to think that they knew they could trust me. They knew I'd have their backs. I always did, and they had mine, and they all believed. We all believed. We never saw audience reactions like this anywhere. I mean, you go watch a WWF show back then, where again the reason I got in the business is when we saw Papa Shango make the Ultimate Warrior throw up from across the arena. I said, "That's it, I'm done." That's when I decided I wanted to make my own promotion. That is the very moment. I encapsulized that very moment, and I thought to myself, we all believe it. Like, we all think, you know what, guys? Like the football, like our team, our football team, we have a chance to go to the playoffs this year. Like, we can build this. There's such passion here. It's crazy. We're selling more tapes than we're getting seats in the arena because word started getting around. Also, after an arena show, I get an order for 40 tapes from Japan. I go, Japan? How the fuck do they know how do they know what we're doing here? There's tape traders. Right. And that's how we grew that's how we survived the company. Because the house show alone, ticket sales weren't enough.
That locker room
camaraderie
and passion and all that. What percentage of it can I attribute to Paulie's time at the pulpit and his inspirational speeches?
Again, that came later after Eddie was gone now.
Right.
But he was a great motivational speaker. He was the guy. He was getting him out there to be the Newt Rocky guys. We've got this thing, but in the day-to-day, every day, give and take. When Mikey Whipwreck didn't have enough money to get home, and he had to come to my store and say, I didn't want to ask him, but I don't have money to get home. I said, all right, here, I'm just a train. Like, let me help you out. why'd you spend all your money on me this weekend? You know, shouldn't you budget out enough for a train ride home? But they could come to me. No questions asked. That's why I felt.
What is the ECW Pennsylvania Championship, and what are your plans?
That was nothing. That was Eddie's way of finding something for. Well, I could see what was happening. The guys who had been with me from the beginning, who weren't quite ready yet to step to the next level, there wasn't going to be anything for them. It was a way for us to take that lower end of the card people who weren't going to be able to make the next step and have something for them too. So that was going to be the guys who so they could have their own little feud, like lower end of the card feuds. It meant something instead of just lower end of the cards.
Gotcha.
Job guys.
But it's abandoned by the end of the year. Is it just that it's not?
It was meant nothing. Those guys were starting to fall off the wayside.
Nowadays, there's 600 wrestlers in each game, but back then, it was something special to be one of the 12 picked. Do you have any input in the creation of the game, your character, anything, or it's just done invisible to you?
No, I mean, they do stuff with you and talk to you a little bit, stuff like that. It was really cool. I mean, gaming isn't then what it is now, and I don't think any of us could have imagined or seen what it would become, but it was pretty cool.
Did you
Especially if you're a dad and had kids and stuff, that was cool.
Did you have a piece of the money?
Yeah, we got compensated for that.
You did, for the video games and stuff?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
How were
Part of our quarterly, compensation.
How were the merch checks then? I know in the 80s it was insane, and we've had wrestlers talk about $80,000 checks per quarter for a doll. Is it good money?
Yeah.
At the time? Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
You know what? I think that was probably Eric Bischoff's.
Okay.
Yeah, and the thing that I liked about it was, you needed, you had a extremely strong card underneath that. I mean, you were talking about Flair and Barry Windham. I mean, that card underneath that main event, was as good as it gets in the industry. But Sting and Davey Boy were both, even though Davey Boy was a little shorter than me and quite a bit shorter than Sid, was certainly he was not just strong, he was extremely strong and fit in very well. I mean, Davey Boy could stand and suplex me and hold me. I mean, and just hold me and hold me and hold me. So as far as the matchup, physically, it was a great matchup.
What about your pairing with Sid?
That's what I was just getting to. We both, I think, were trying to out-monster each other. One of us needed to calm down and talk.
Right.
It's just that, and I look back on some of those tapes, and it's just like, wow. I mean, neither one of us were giving. It was like I would do this crazy-eyed look and growl, and then he would do it, and I would do it, and it was like, well, someone's got to actually say something that sounds like a word.
Would have been nice if somebody on the other side of the camera was adept enough to come up and say, Leon, you got to take the lead here and be the talker a little bit.
Yeah, in other words,
didn't happen.
There would have been, Sid could have, he did what he did is, in the, that grimace growl, and if somebody just would have stepped back and just did a little talking, that could have really been a significant team. But it was just too much male testosterone.
Right.
Too much.
I felt that the Hogan I saw, my sense was his heart wasn't into being a full-time wrestler. And I think that to do what he had done before, he was going to be judged by the standard. He had such a high standard as Hulkamania and the red and the yellow, and say your prayers, your vitamins, and the pythons. Then he had to look in the gym, in the ring. I thought if he had to come all the way back to being Hulkster or do the acting and moving. I kind of felt like, just from observation, I don't know if it was the case, never had a discussion with him, known him well enough back then, but I felt he was kind of half in, half out. And Vince definitely wants you to be all the way in. So I wasn't surprised when that occurred, because I just didn't think his heart at the time was in it.
Is this what opens the door for the Lex Luger All-American babyface turn? The absence of Hogan? Or is this something that was planned prior to Hogan's leaving?
Now, I don't know the exact timing of that. I was shocked when Vince called me in his office. It was on one of those dreaded Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday all-day interview things.
Promo
At the end of the
sessions.
day, he called me in his office and said, "We're going to turn you babyface and all-American, and then we're doing on the Intrepid." And I thought he was crazy. I was sitting there with my jaw. He goes, "It'll work. Watch." I go, "I'm going to go from being a narcissist in front of mirrors to being Yankee Doodle Dandy on July 4th. He goes, "Oh, yeah." And the crowd went nuts in the Intrepid.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it. He had me shove Bobby out of the way and Sam Yoko, and the crowd went nuts.
Had you guys known him from boxing?
I certainly had. You know, and I thought, wow, I finally made the big time. You know, Michael Buffer was. Could you imagine the? And I don't know. I shouldn't say anything. I don't know if the guy was married or what, but you know,
He was popular?
good-looking guy. I mean, and talking and you know, suit and ties on. So he probably did pretty well, but it was with the ladies and stuff like that. But you know, he had that. But that was, the phrase was his, right? Let's get rid
of Rumble, sure. Yeah.
Didn't he coin that?
Was he a wrestling fan? Is that how this whole thing happened?
I don't know, but I don't think it mattered. I know he got paid.
Yeah.
I bet he became one. I bet he became one pretty quick.
How was he with you guys? Was he respectful or stay out of the way? What did he do?
Yeah, he just, you know, I think he was kind of like, you know, these guys, you know, are kind of crazy. You know, he was more of a, you know, leery would be a good word. Leery.
Got a guy biting someone's ear off in the ring,
Yeah,
Mike Tyson,
yeah.
Holyfield, and these guys are crazy?
Might have been out of his element,
Break.
you know.
A lot of people blamed the low rate on the Pillman and Austin main event. Why?
Well,
Does blame always go to the main event?
you know, it's you know, Flair as a booker, he was the booker at that time, right? Yeah, and for me, it's like, why didn't we continue on with the Cactus Jack thing? Because from a rating standpoint, you know, Cactus Jack and myself people were interested in that feud. That we could have built that another 6 weeks and probably really did something with it in terms of a number, because that's what we were doing. We were trying to break that magic number, that 1-0, because we were doing those 9-3s and 9-4s, .93s and 9-4s, which was a respectable number for that group at that time. But you know, we weren't popping that 1.8 or that 2, the number that really would have made some money and impressed people. That might have done it. You know, the Stone Cold Steve Austin Vader. I mean, Steve and I looked at each other and said, you know, it'll never happen. We're done. We knew. In other words, it was too good. It was too good a tag team, too good a tag match. I mean, we took Arn Anderson and Ric Flair, 26 minutes, and obviously Arn Anderson is not just a good hand, was a great hand, and Ric Flair, like we said, is arguably one of the best wrestlers ever to step in the ring, and then you have, you know, me in that position. and So Cold. I mean, wow, what a tag match! I mean, what a match this was. So why wouldn't you try that again? Why wouldn't you just for the heck of it, put me and Steve again and try it?
Where did you get that from? Well,
Okay, well,
Eddie
let's
Gilbert didn't buy
either-
anything. He was waiting for next week's paycheck from me each week. I don't know where do you,
So we can officially dispel the 49% of the company.
if anything, if I know, my guess is this. Okay, okay. Here's my guess. At the time, Eddie said, "Listen, let's tell people," because I was Eddie. You know, that we're partners now, 50-50. Then I said, Eddie, I said, I get what you're trying to do. You know, you want to look at you, fine. But I'm never going to say we're partners. And you want to say you can say whatever you want. But I'm not going to ever say we're 50-50 anything. I'm always that, even if it was true, I'd have 51. Never bought into anything.
So maybe that was implicit
The only
permission
49% came later on when I actually gifted that to Paulie in lieu of salary. But that's another story.
People in different sports come out and try to slam Yoko.
It was very well done.
Are they all smartened up prior to this? All the other
yeah.
athletes?
Yeah.
So they're
As
all.
far as
on
I know,
board.
I hope they were. I hope they were to see, because you knew if Yoko didn't want to be picked up, you weren't going to pick him up.
Right.
I don't care how big, what kind of athlete you were.
Talk about the helicopter.
That was a trip. I hadn't been in a helicopter ride before. I was scared.
Where were you picked up from?
Down the river.
The Hudson River?
Yeah.
In New York, and just flown
Yeah.
north a little bit.
Yeah.
That was your first time in a helicopter?
Yeah, I thought I was going to fall out of there. I'm not great on heights, so that was a trip. Guy was like one of those Vietnam veteran guys, so he wanted to like show off. I'm like, buddy, just get me to the landing spot.
Yeehaw.
I'm like, yeah. I'm like, buddy.
Did you fully embrace the patriotic baby face thing? Did you believe in it?
I did once. I saw the reaction, but I had very strong convictions of what Lex Luger was already at that point, kind of my own stereotype. So that was breaking stereotypes for me of being like a red, white, and blue good guy. So, but once I saw the reaction on the ship, I was actually pleasantly surprised.
So part of you wanted to remain a heel?
Well, I thought the narcissism was going good. So when he laid this out to me, I didn't know. I was surprised the way it worked on the ship that day. I was like, wow.
When he pitches this idea
But
to
I kind of thought it was like a one-shot deal. We're going to do.
That's what I was going to ask you.
I thought we were going to do the tour, SummerSlam. Then I was going to go back to being more of a good guy, Lex Luger. But I wasn't always going to be in red, white, and blue.
But he did tell you.
So I had this preconceived notion of who Lex is. You know.
Well, but he told you about the Lex Express and everything.
Oh yeah, I knew I was
right
in
up
the
front?
tour and the SummerSlam.
Oh, okay.
And wrestle Yoko. And that was a great idea. There was packed crowds everywhere. I mean, we had Toys R Us where there was people wrapped 3 times around a building in Denver. It was so hot out that day that they had to rush and bring medics and water, and it was amazing the reception we got around that tour. It was pretty incredible.
Now, because you're shooting for many months in advance, there are title changes revealed to the live audience because people are coming out with straps that don't have straps when it's being taped.
Well, you know, I think I understand where you're going. Obviously, from a logistics standpoint, you're right. I mean, they have a belt that they haven't won, and what if they get injured? So you've crowned a champion, and he's not even in the picture when he's supposed to be the champion. So I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
Yes.
And again, you don't even know. Aside from a physical standpoint, I mean, someone's contract could physically run out during that period, and what do you do? So obviously, they felt it was worth it simply because of the economy, the scales. Right. You fly everyone down, everyone to one group. You get so much done. You save so much money, and it comes down to just I mean, it's all about the dollar. You know what? The other thing was the crowds weren't wrestling crowds, and so I think that's something that we failed to do, to fail to recognize that the fact that the crowds weren't wrestling. So we needed to do was change our format a little bit, entertain for that crowd, and we didn't do it. In other words, all the complicated wrestling angles and this and that. Basically, you simplify it and entertain that crowd, get the cheers, get the crowd noise, and then move on, and get down the road in the shows, and get back to wrestling.
If I were walking backstage at the Disney MGM studios when you were doing these tapings in front of tourists who were coming to see Mickey Mouse, would I hear the boys backstage say things like, "Jesus, Eric, there's nothing going on out there. We can't do this again"? Was it something you guys were realizing pretty quickly?
WCW in that era, you know what? Something. I still wrestle today. Not very much physically, but I get such a thrill from it. I mean, I'm not here. I'm not here trying to pat myself on the back. It's like football was with me. I just love football. Probably, should have became an instructor in some way, either in wrestling or in football. I enjoy it. I enjoy the instruction part of it. I enjoy being in front of a crowd. So for me, that wasn't important. For me, it was just the actual the act of being in front of the people, getting that feeling, that high. And for me, it was a high, and that's why I still do it today. And you can, from where I was physically 10 years ago to where I am today, I'm probably in better condition. And, I've certainly, my face has gotten older, but I've quit drinking. I've done a lot of things in my life that I used to do. The person that we're talking to today is a different guy than when was our last interview?
4 years ago.
Yeah, even and during that period, I mean, I've changed substantially. But that desire and that the fun,
right.
The fun is actually stronger if anything.
And ladies, he's single now, so send your requests to us. We'll forward the photos to him.
My girl dumped me. Which was the what? What was it?
It's actually the first by a 400-pounder super heavyweight moonsault
Ever
and
in the history of professional wrestling.
And
Like ever
actually,
in the world.
you did it twice this match. You do one where he rolls out, right, and then you hit him a second time. So you actually did the two moonsaults.
That's right.
Why do you decide to try it?
Well, I had a trampoline that I had dug. You get a backhoe and you dig it down so it's level with the ground in my backyard. And I had done that for myself to stay in shape and do stuff like that. And I'd done it for my son. It was an athletic thing to do, have a trampoline in your backyard. So my son was bouncing. It's very healthy. It just was a ball. So I'm bouncing on this thing with my son, and where your son is smaller, and with my weight, he would and we patted all around. So even if you missed the mat, you would still be relatively safe. But I would land just before him, and he would 25 feet in the air, that type thing. And I said, you know what, I could probably, I just got the notion one day. I was seeing, I think I saw Shawn Michaels moonsault, and Shawn threw a pretty good one. And I said, God, I think I could do that. That'd really be something. No one's ever done it before. And so I just tried it, and the first time landed right on my feet. And I said, I could do this. Now, obviously, you're on the ring, and the rope is what, 5.5 feet from the top. So you're going from the ground, so you're 5.5, and so your feet are at 10 feet in the air. So it's like you're standing on a basketball rim. And then you're approximately 6 feet tall, a little more. but your head is 16 feet in the air, looking down into the crowd, 16 feet, and then you have to do a flip backward onto somebody without killing him, and that it really is. You think of that. That's hard to do. You know, to do it's one thing, but to do it without killing someone is another thing.
You obviously have to try this a few times before you do it the first time.
No.
Are you putting anyone there to take a blow?
Just did it. Just did it. What I did was had a blank canvas, and Davey Boy, who Davey Boy and I were good friends. You know, he ribbed everybody, but he really enjoyed ribbing me for some reason. I mean, it would cost you real money. You know what I'm saying? Your bags and oh my God, David.
Could you take a rib? Or did you get really angry?
Well, you had to, because if you really got angry, then they'd do it again, and do it again, and do it again. So you'd have to just kind of, you know, Davey, one of these days I'm really gonna hurt you. You know. So you just quietly walk away, and then, you know, find a knife and cut your bag up and just move on. Because if you made a point, boy, next day it'd happen again. Yeah. He didn't care. He just, you know, he would take the whipping just to do it again.
Right.
You know, it was just great about him. But you know, in his way, in that British accent, he says, "Well, you know, can you do it?" And so I went out and did one for him, and he just kind of had his hands folded and went, "Okay," and walked away. And that was it. And then we did it. So
you told Ole to fuck off, and then you did it.
Well, you know, Ole, yeah, we were around the board, and Ole got very upset that I was going to do it, and I did, still to this date. Ole and I had always gone along. Ole's a good guy, smart guy about wrestling, but he did not want me to do that moonsault. And finally, I think I said, you know, knowing me in that day, you know, and this was before, by the way, that Terrell Owens did it. I said, get a bag of popcorn and tune in, because I'm going to do it.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Do you remember the locker room? Did you get a pop when you came back after the match from the other boys?
Yeah, because it was perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a perfect one. Yeah, it was like wow.
Typically, what was the schedule like?
5 a.m. wake up, be live. They used to try to get down and have breakfast, made my egg whites for me early in the morning at the restaurant before they opened. And we did all the morning and the media stuff, live and radio and TV all morning long. Then I'd usually do an autograph session in the mid-morning. Then we'd have stuff set up for lunchtime, take advantage of some kind of lunchtime event with the local news and media. And then I usually do an afternoon autograph signing, again, somewhere at a shopping mall or somewhere in that city, or a Toys R Us or something. Mm-hmm. Then I'd get out of there and we'd do the evening show. I'd end up doing weather with the weatherman and you name it.
Who's lining all this stuff?
It was from 5 a.m. until 8 o'clock at night. I'd come home and have dinner, and if I had enough energy, I'd go to the gym and go to bed, start all over again every day, all summer long. It was very, it was set up.
Are you living on the bus this whole time?
I am. We stop at a hotel at night. I didn't sleep on the bus.
Right.
But well, I take that back. Sometimes we drive to the next city, and I would sleep on the bus. So yeah. So I did sleep on the bus some.
Who's lining up the logistics of all these TV?
We had a tour manager.
Radio?
But Vince McMahon, the home office, was doing all that.
But so they hired a tour manager? Or this was an existing?
I had a bus driver and a tour guy that was on the bus with me all the time.
Wow.
Kind of like a PR guy. He was like a rock and roll band guy.
I was going to say, it's almost like...
They hired him for the summer to go around with me and that bus driver and I.
Yeah, I was trying to break up, I guess everything was going on in the ring. There was like 30 guys out in the ring trying to break it up.
We see you getting involved in the action again and again and consistently with Snook. Is this exclusively to keep...
No, at this point, this I don't even remember what the thought process there was. I guess, for all I know, it may have been I just wasn't even an intentional bump, and so I just went down there. Because, oh, quick, get him down. And they said, stay down, stay down. And someone probably said, stay down, stay down. I went, okay. And so they did the thing where the stretcher was going out. I remember Belomo going, check his pockets for change. They're all reaching in my pockets so I steal money. Larry Winters and Belomo. I remember that very well.
So there's nothing here maybe in where a psychologist
No.
might say that there's a need for you to see yourself on TV having your ass handed to you week in
that,
and week
that
out?
comes later.
He had a good look.
Right.
And I liked him. I mean, him and I were buddies. And so I don't blame Vince for wanting to give him a good look as a top heel. He had that Eastern European. He had that look, man.
Is he a legit tough guy? He's someone you hear about that's
No doubt.
in the Meng category.
Yeah. So, I mean, he had all the tools, without a doubt. I don't know if I was a great pairing for him right off the bat, because I was kind of not so much in WWF at the time, but I was more of a clothesline and strong kind of babyface. So I kind of need a heel, and if he was a bigger guy, once in a while I would back off and go, oh, Lex, and I'd hit my crab shot. And if I didn't work with a guy like that, I admit I struggled. I was spoiled by Ric Flair's, and so I struggled how to have a good match with a guy I lived with. Not his fault, but I think my persona, I envisioned myself in the ring of being a strong babyface, and then working with a heel who was going to be a real bad to the bone heel. That can be a difficult combination to highlight and accentuate what fans expect to see out of me, and also what fans expect to see this new super bad to the bone heel they're seeing. So to put both of us together right away can be difficult.
Rushed it maybe a little bit.
I don't know about rushed it, but I think they maybe for the Ludwig's benefit, they should have given him maybe a huge squash push.
Right.
Before he wrestled, not me or any top guy, so that he had really had himself established. Yeah, I mean, I knew he had some heat with some of the guys for some reason. He was definitely, but as high as I thought of myself, I didn't see anything wrong with his attitude at all.
Right.
Yeah.
French Canadian
Man
clique.
after my own heart at the time.
Yeah, that's right. You're just
Very
like kindred
confident.
spirit.
I always said I'm confident.
Was there a Canadian clique at the French Canadian clique in effect then too?
I heard there was. I didn't see anything in how they handled the Quebecers, really. But I knew there was that thing in the office that people had talked about. But wrestlers have a lot of free time traveling together in between matches at night. So at the time, gossip can take all kinds of different directions in the cars and on the airplanes.
Were you invited to the wedding? No.
Okay.
And no disrespect to Dustin. Dustin and I are good friends, and we've always been good friends. He's a little younger than me, but boy, some of the matches we've had with him as a young kid, as a cowboy. I mean, there's another one. Those are a legitimate feud between me and Dustin that I could, Vader and Ron Simmons, and Vader and Sting, and Vader and Dustin, and Vader and Sid Vicious, and I mean Vader and all the Japanese, and Vader and Shawn Michaels, and if I would have had any sense, I would have obtained the rights to all those videos, and
If you could have, that would have been a good move.
Vader and anybody would have been probably a pretty good seller.
Marrying within the business.
Bad move.
I can't imagine that ever working well.
Just, the absolute craziest thing I've ever heard of, I mean, a wrestler being married, period. I mean, I'm divorced and not with my wife, and couldn't even imagine being involved in wrestling.
That was a Friday Club board meeting, by the way.
It was a what?
I actually went and asked my friends, these older gentlemen who don't know anything about wrestling at all. I said, I need to do something. You guys got to help me out. What I go, I'm filming a TV show. They go, you're a TV show? I go, yeah, it's a wrestling show. Those worlds never collided.
Right.
But I needed this footage of me making all these stipulations. And that's when the guy could come and tape it. And it was a boardroom. So because it was a boardroom with a long table, that's where we did. I said, just sit there and go, from, you know, kind of thing. And that's why I did all these different things. And I don't know if Eddie came in during that segment or not, into the boardroom. I don't think so.
Well, this was for Chris Candido leaves to join Smokey.
Mountain, yeah.
So, what was your reaction? Was it unexpected when he did this, or did he tell you up front?
He was never part of the
Okay.
crew, really. He wasn't here for barely a drink of water, like I said.
Did you have any rivalry with Smoky Mountain in those days? You know, you're both, I guess, kind of the same size. And is there ever
There was not a rivalry at all.
a war for talent? Or
No, not at all, because he was you know, the good old Southern boy, you know, kind of promotion, and we were the Northeast, kind of like, you know, much more hip and violent kind of promotion, whereas he was still doing the trash cans over the head and that kind of thing. We maybe incorporated that once in a blue moon, but that was their staple kind of thing.
Right.
It wasn't until the Gangsters came to us that we really had. He had there's like 5 golf courses in this area.
Yeah.
He had maybe 1 or 2 back then. And we wanted to do something in Jersey. So I guess it was Jersey. Yeah, it was in Jersey. And that was the show. That was the end of Stevie Wonderful. He was going to be in the Battle Royal. As the managers, we were filling in bodies. So we had managers in there as well as some managers. As well as wrestlers. And don't ask me what the hell happened there. But Sandman and Rockin' Rebel, how did Sandman thread through all that? You know how he thread through all that? They stripped him in the ring. I mean, once he was down in his underpants, they just said, oh yeah, they left him butt naked for, you know, wearing just this white, you know, suit shirt and nothing else. And he was obviously pissed, as was Ron Jaworski, who told us we're never welcome back there again. And the legend of ECW was born. You know, it's like, where else can we get kicked out of? It's like every other hotel in the area. So he walked back to the back, and he's all pissed off and that. And I remember I was getting ready to drive away. It's me and Snuka back to the car. And he was walking out, he found out had other clothes. And he takes his dirty underwear, and he throws it against the side of my car window, which was up, and he goes, I quit. And well, that just saved me some time and trouble. So, all right, we'll just go with that. But I did reprimand both Rebel and Sandman because, hey, they cost us a venue.
right.
You know, we were really had kind of made that show very not as normally violent as we normally would have.
What was released?
Oh, WrestleMania, the album.
Okay.
Some of the cuts off that include the single Slam Jam USA featuring Hacksaw Jim Duggan. A single WrestleMania, which would go on to be the theme music, also used later as Linda McMahon's theme song. You got a favorite track off this? Do you even remember it? Did you own it?
I remember they had that out there. It definitely wasn't on my playlist.
Could any of the wrestlers ever listen to a company album in the car on the way to an event without being the subject of merciless
I
ribbing?
think they were probably been tossed out of the car.
Right, that's what
No, I
was
don't remember. I don't recall ever being in a car where we played that.
This again goes back to the can anyone be a babyface? This kind of Latino drug dealer is how Kevin Sullivan referred to him this morning. But again, an odd choice for babyface. Or I guess the fans make the choice, you said?
They do. Why not try it? I mean, they could have sold all the necklaces. Think of the merchandising. Because a lot of times these decisions are made not just on talent, but on merchandising sales. And so if you could be a babyface even if you were a Latino drug dealer, but if you sell a lot of merchandise, they're going to push you through the roof as a babyface.
You're thinking like a company owner now.
Well, I mean, that's their prerogative, isn't it? I think they were thinking merchandise with him. The necklace and the, man, think about it.
Little toothpick.
Oh, yeah, imagine how many toothpicks they could have sold. It
August.
was worth a try. I mean, sometimes I tell you, fans decide. They can spit it out, and they don't want it. And you can try, and they spit it out. Eventually, you got to take it back to being a heel. But it's worth a try because sometimes things I saw that you think would never get over, they get over. So it's, you know, who am I to say? Who are you to say? I think he wanted to, it was such a sudden turn that I thought it was a good idea for him to get me in front of the camera and talk a little bit about my background and things like that. Most people I talked to, I never saw them, but they said they were well done. It was kind of like an early, like almost a groundbreaking thing, because now they do it all the time with athletes. They get on E60 and all these shows are out. He was kind of doing something like that way ahead of its time. So I don't think it hurt.
So it was a way to kind of explain, because it was a sudden turn.
Yeah.
Explain that change.
Get
of
people to know
heart.
you as a person a little bit and see if they embrace you a little bit as a bit. Because once again, the fans decide. It's almost kind of like like 60 Minutes does with all these politicians and these interviews. They get to know the guy and maybe his family a little bit. And so Vince was doing some groundbreaking stuff.
Was Corny ever happy working in New York?
I don't know. Was he?
Have
you talked to him?
Well, he hates New York. He hates the Northeast. He hated
He
living
might
in
just be saying
in
that, though.
Connecticut. You think?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he's a
believe
Southern
it.
boy.
Yeah.
I mean, Connecticut and the Northeast is rough on Southern boys.
Yeah. What did he call New
It's
York?
a total different. It's a different environment.
Living video game. He called New
I mean, they
York?
don't realize. I mean, when you first work in Boston, Philly, New York, Long Island, I mean, you realize that unless you get heckled and booed and stuff thrown at you and cheered and booed and everything, you're not. They don't care about you. They're showing you some love, really.
Was it a shock to your system working WCW for so long and then having your Madison Square Garden debut that we talked about before?
Yeah, well, the Garden wasn't a shock. The first time I was in the Nassau Coliseum, I was doing it with the Horsemen a tag match, and a beer bottle flew by my head. If it hit me, it probably would have killed me.
You never got
So
that
that
in
was-
Montgomery, Alabama? or
No,
anything?
we never got that. We were in the Bible Belt, and the good guys were good guys, and the bad guys were bad guys, and it was they went along with all our stuff. When I got up in the Northeast, you'd be a good guy, they could boo you out of the building. You'd be a bad guy, they could be cheering. That's a tough way to have a match.
Well, Cornette, one of the things he does is he is with Mr. Fuji and Yoko here on August 9th on Raw. We're going to do the contract signing now for WrestleMania with you and Yoko. Cornette is now the mouthpiece here. Was Fuji so bad at being the mouthpiece at this point that they needed a mouthpiece for the wrestler?
Say it again.
Well, Corny's the one doing all the talking. You got
Okay.
Fuji with Yoko, and Corny's doing the talking. Am I right? That's kind of how it went. So
I agree. Yeah,
the mouthpiece needed a mouthpiece.
Yes, that's very well put.
I'm guessing that's why he was there, right?
Was he called the mouthpiece?
He was, Fuji?
No, Cornette.
No, just the manager as mouthpiece, because he was the one doing all the talking. And
Did they call him manager as mouthpiece?
No, I'm just
Okay.
referring to him as mouthpiece. But he adds a clause to the match that says there's going to be no rematch, and so we see him. He refers to himself actually as the American spokesperson for Yokozuna. But there's
I kinda
Fuji,
like that,
But
though.
there's
Think about
Fuji.
it. Cornette can get in 30 sentences in one sentence, and Fuji can't get out one. So they kind of balance each other, right? Scales and balances. I like that, though. You got it. A mouthpiece for a mouthpiece. That's good.
You were never a subject of one of Fuji's ribs, were you?
I think everybody's at some point or another.
Oh, do you remember yours? What did you get?
Yeah,
you?
it wasn't very, but he was in a really nice hotel bar, and it was a Marriott in Philadelphia. And Fuji had this thing where he would, instead of going to the bathroom in the bar, he would just piss in the bottle. And sometimes he kind of, with new guys, not quite, his aim wasn't always good in the bottle. So he had been getting my shoes. So,
Oh God!
unbeknownst to
Hardly a clever rib. I mean, I would expect better from Fuge.
I didn't say it was a good one, but
Yeah.
you asked me if I was a subject of one of his
Right.
ribs.
That's-
And the smell of my shoes when I went to go to the gym the next morning was, he had gotten me.
You could have been served someone's dog. It's good that you just got the piss on the shoes.
Definitely.
They were probably nice and quiet and respectful in the locker room, eh? Everything I hear says they were choir boys in the locker room. Do
Wow.
you like the Nasties?
You know, I always got along with him. Brian and
Jerry, yeah.
yeah, you know what? Pretty good tag team. Pretty good tag team. And had they been in shape, I mean, you talk about they're probably didn't spend a lot of time in the gym and certainly, had their share of cold beers in the evenings. But did a good job in the ring. I mean, played their role well and were believable.
No one you ever, neither of them, anyone you ever had personal issues with?
No.
Okay.
No, neither one of them. They were a little younger, coming up in the AWA. So, just, Brian has done quite well, really, hasn't he? I mean, he was on the reality show with Hulk and the Miz.
Yeah, he's a friend of Hogan's, and
Brian is somebody that has a big heart. He's just, a guy that he would give you the shirt off his back.
well, that's good to hear.
Both of them and I got along good. My background, I grew up in inner city LA, and my neighbors were Hispanic and black, and I played with certainly black young men, young boys as football players in that league out there is called Pop Warner, and like I said, we played a rough form of little league. Basically, Pop Warner football is a little league, and simply because you have a brother that's a couple years younger, and you just use his birth certificate. That made it tough. These guys were awfully big and awfully fast for 8 years old.
Had you any inkling then that Booker could go on to become the superstar that he did as a solo?
Booker is good and very good. His in-ring performance is excellent. I think what he did when he got out from under that, the same types of things that I've been trying to explain, like, why wouldn't you, Stone Cold and I get together and just tear the house down for 30 minutes? Why wouldn't you try that again? Or why wouldn't you finish out the Mick Foley feud with me? When you got out from under there, he blossomed as not only as a talent, but then he became his own personality. So, and he's now a Hall of Famer because of it. So,
I mentioned Sid proposing this thing with the shackles and stuff. Was Sid a member of a booking committee of some kind? Did he have any creative input at the time?
I don't think so. I just think that was something that he took upon himself, and
Okay.
and Eric was entertaining his thoughts, so his ideas.
But probably very wise to nix it before it got to TV.
Yeah, that might have been the understatement of the year.
Another one of his beautiful things, Victor Quinones contacts us.
Exactly, right.
Hey, can I put my guys on your show? No charge. I just want them to get seen, be on TV in the States.
Right. And as you use more guys from his company, it's because of that. He wants the exposure.
It was those two and Hugh Crash, the Terminator, were
Right.
both on that show. It was Bill DeMott,
Right.
who was really the one that Paul really liked, actually. He thought Bill had a tremendous amount of potential. I think it was Paul or Eddie who was booking him. I guess it was Ed. I forget. But yeah, the Headers on the show. I think Abby was on that show. Maybe I'm thinking confusing another show because they were only on a couple shows. Mm-hmm. But I remember the dressing room was back there, again, drywall. They're fighting the Bruise Brothers. Boom, they had it right through the wall. I mean, it looked like a cartoon, like where they have like the opening of the cave, and the Roadrunner goes flying through with different. Well, that's the kind of opening they made. As they open it, sitting right there in the opening, there's Abdullah the Butcher in his red underwear, with a little cigar in his mouth, and he goes. And waddles out of the view of the camera.
Are you guys back then? I mean, now it's a ratings-driven business, but back then in '93, are you guys aware of a rating?
Yeah, sure. We're aware of the buy rate and the television rating and who's doing what and obviously vying for that spot. Again, my learning curve as a politically intelligent or savvy wrestler, was really slow coming. So, and something I needed to know was a real I think it was a real negative, not playing that game. I was more of the rah-rah, the football player, let's win one for the Gipper type thing, and this really wasn't about that. It was a pack of wolves trying to feed themselves.
Let's just take live TV, build up, you're creating and introducing a monster heel, and this happens. What can you do?
You eat it, don't you? I mean, you can't do anything. It's over. Yeah, I mean that's pretty bad. I feel wow.
As the boys who are standing to the side, like Flair and Sid was out there, should you go over and start putting the boots to him? Because you can't act scared of the guy anymore. Can you save it as the victim in any way?
I don't know. I just think
go to commercial. That was pay-per-view. Can't go to commercial.
It's just shock and awe. I mean, it's like a train accident. You can't stop watching it. So that's too bad. I don't really remember the type of talent he had. I don't know if it was just a gimmick that would have done anything anyways, but obviously he did get his chance, and that's the bad thing.
Is that thing as significant here as it was the paint, the Mad Max type of thing? Should they have updated a little bit? Can a gimmick be passed by an era?
I see what you're saying. That's interesting. What they were was their physical presence. In other words, when they first became the Road Warriors and, the big arms, the big chest, no one looked like that. And that was their deal. They were the first ones. They were big and strong legitimately. And they were big and strong and mean legitimately. And the look with the paint, and nobody looked like that. I mean, even the guys that spent time in the gym didn't look like that. I mean, they were built for power, and so yeah, it's a good question. Good
I'm just
point.
thinking because here by '93
I
we've
don't know
seen
what
Sting with
I don't
paint.
know. I don't know what you do though, because I don't think it was the paint. I think the paint is still okay. It just everyone had matured physically to where they were, and so
Gotcha.
I don't know what to. But it's a good question, and I think that time off, our time away, may have hurt, but they had such a great career for such a long time. My God.
Hank.
He was the legit driver for the whole tour?
Whole tour.
Talks about his experiences on the road, rooting for you and whatnot. Any fun stories involving Hank? Pay tribute to Hank here for a minute.
Hank was a good guy. If I'd fly, sometimes I'd fly home for a day or something. Poor Hank on the long, they'd have a trip from like Denver to something like 36 hours away, and I'd get to fly home for the day, and poor Hank had to drive the bus. Him and the road manager, and I guess they didn't get along all the time.
Oh yeah.
So I wasn't privy to that, but apparently they had some phone calls to headquarters, and one was going to quit, and I guess there was some drama there, but I wasn't really privy to too much of that.
Didn't happen when you were
By the time
on
I got back to the bus, everything was all right. But Hank and the other guy had their issues, I heard. I guess if you spend that much time on a bus together all summer, it's bound to happen, right?
It's like being a sardine can.
Exactly.
Now, at SummerSlam, Lex, you don't win the world title. Why?
I won the match. All the balloons came out of the ceiling. The music played. The graffiti fell.
Why didn't you win?
I don't know.
Win the belt.
Ask Vince.
Shouldn't this have been the
culmination of the Lex
pièce de
Express?
resistance? Yes.
I thought so. I thought it would have been a good idea.
Did you
I was
never ask?
promised.
Did you never ask?
I was from the old Matsuda mold, Good foot soldier. If Vince wants you to win the title, he'll tell you that night at the building, and if not, you carry on. Press on.
Were you told that you were going to be? Is it going to be following WrestleMania? Is it going to be the switch? Is it?
Vince did tell me that when that day at the building, because they never promised me I was going to win the belt at SummerSlam. Everybody assuming I was because of the momentum of the tour, but he never promised me that. And he said, you know what? I thought about maybe going your way as far as the world title at SummerSlam, but he goes, and he said, but WrestleMania 10, because that's going to be he had such a vision of what that was going to be. That was going to be a very special time. So he goes, if I decide to put the belt on you, I'd rather do it there.
Even after this whole build-up with the Lex Express, odd.
He didn't know, and really, he didn't even know me that. He didn't have to have a reason why I didn't win, in my opinion. And plus, I didn't expect to really get the belt anyways, because Yokozuna was he was a showstopper. When he came out, man, I don't know if you were at the matches when he was champion ever, but man, the building got silent. I mean, he had a presence. So I had no idea. I thought maybe I might get the belt, and maybe he'd like sit on me and hurt me and take it back.
Yeah.
But I didn't have a vision of me being at that point in time in my career being like the long time, like they were running with Lex babyface champion or anything.
Really?
So I thought maybe I might win at SummerSlam and he might win it back, or maybe if I do win the belt, it might be, like Vince said, maybe we'll do it at WrestleMania 10. And he was sincere. It wasn't like, well, I know I'm taking a risk here, and I think that if he did make me champion, I think partly because we had such a good personal relationship, he wanted to make it really special.
Right.
And Vince is so confident that he felt he could rev it back up. Like, have SummerSlam. Oh man, Yoko's outside of the ring, and if Yoko's still champion, that I truly believe Vince is such a confident promoter that he felt that if I want to rev you and Yoko back up, man, for a WrestleMania in the spring, we can do it.
Really? With that much distance from the, okay.
I think he's very confident in his ability to promote a match. I think he said, oh, man, look what he did on the aircraft carrier. I think he said, man, on one show I can have you and Yoko as a focal point again. Had to do WrestleMania. I truly believe he's that confident. I just woke up I was in the Detroit. Thankfully, I was in Detroit Marriott inside the airport. I just woke up and I couldn't even get to the bathroom. I crawled to the trash can to go to the bathroom. I had to go to the bathroom real bad. So I didn't know what to do. So I called the bellman, and they got me in a chair from the airport, and they got me down the plane. They had to help me on the plane and in a wheelchair, and I'd have a wheelchair on the other end and special care. And it was probably about 2 weeks before I started being able to walk again.
What was the actual injury?
They couldn't find out. They couldn't find out what it was. There wasn't a ruptured disc. There wasn't. It was like a sciatic, and my muscles got all sped up. I think it was almost like the tour was so, like, I think it was almost somewhat. I'd been on the road so much all summer, and there was so much build up to SummerSlam that taping afterwards stuff. I think almost like my body got through the SummerSlam and almost gave out for a little bit afterwards. It's my explanation. I'm sticking with it. But there wasn't a real medical. It was all muscular, in other words.
Right.
It was a muscular thing that my back got messed up, and I'd had little things in my lower back from high school on every now and then. So I wasn't surprised, but the severity of it took me off guard.
Right.
Oh man, Mean Gene Okerlund, he's such an icon. I was at the airport with him today, and this girl came running up. She was so excited to meet him. I mean,
Ran right by you and went to Gene.
oh yeah, just flew right by me. And she was he has a very special, legendary status in wrestling. He always will, and he already had that at that time. I mean, he's done it for decades.
Yeah.
So anything contractually that did not enable him to be at WWE, we all thought he belonged in WWE, and that's where he should be, and WWF at the time. Mm-hmm. So no one wanted to lose Mean Gene, as an interviewer. He was great with the guys. Even guys who weren't good interviewers, he could carry, like new guys, he could carry them through. He was fantastic. Sean was never one to not express his opinion. So, what do you mean by characteristic?
If he was being told there was an impending title loss, that he would rather quit than drop the strap?
I never saw that from Sean, because I always thought Sean had a real professionalism about him. So, me personally, I never saw a side of Shawn Michaels where he was going to tell the office that he wasn't going to do something. He was always a great worker in the ring. And so I personally never saw that side of him. I wasn't privy to any conversation that had anything to do with him wanting to refuse to do what, the bookers and the people in charge wanted him to do. Okay. I never saw that side of him.
Is this an independent thing that Gabe's doing, or do you give this to him?
No, this was same kind of an idea, because I think we took the 70% and he had the 30%, I don't remember. But he was a college student at Temple. He contacted me in my office. He said he'd like to be involved somehow. He doesn't know how, but he could do a newsletter or he could do this. I said, well, we could use a newsletter. I mean, great to go out to people's shows, stuff like that. But at the time, we weren't even thinking about selling it yet. So he just wanted to do it to get in. Then we started to sell it eventually, and I don't remember what the split was back then. It's too far long gone.
How does he parlay that into getting more involved with the company?
Well, eventually moved up to getting coffee.
Moved up to getting coffee?
No, I'm kidding. He eventually started working. See, I got a few left of me, even though I'm wilting over here. He eventually worked got a job. I put him on the second floor of my store, where he would take ticket orders. He would send out the tickets. He would, take videotape orders, and he was in charge of getting them out. Mailing them out, got them shrink wrapped, et cetera, et cetera. So little by little, he got more and more responsibility taken on.
He's become a respected booker in the business. Were you aware of his A, intentions to do that, B, interest in the creative? Is he picking Paulie's brain during downtime?
It had to be after my time because he wasn't doing it. He wasn't showed no interest or inclination towards any of that when I was there.
Okay.
Getting Sabu to come out on the gurney in the Hannibal Lecter mask was like pulling teeth. He didn't want to do it. He said, "There's a guy who does it in Japan, and it's disrespectful to do it. I'm not doing it." Sabu was brought up by the Sheik. And, there were things, and we just hammered him, especially Paulie. Hammered, you got to do this. 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 So he finally agreed to do it. 911 being the guy who pushes him out on the gurney, and because the building was so empty back then, we were really just getting started. Especially for a TV taping or something, it was like sections completely empty. So he would come out on that gurney, and people were going, and they were actually backing off. And these are smart fans. Like when he come down the aisleway, he's tied up no less, in a straitjacket, and they were still backing off of him. He get let loose, and he start grabbing chairs and just throwing them. He's throwing them in the empty sections, or instead of just hitting other chairs. But the fans were like, "Oh my God, he's gonna hit us!" Like he was never throwing anything near a fan. Okay. But he just looked like he was unbalanced. He was crazy, and then he started putting tables in the ring and going through them himself. After post-match, he put himself through tables. Now, I've been put through a table by Sabu plenty of times. Trust me, it's no picnic. So he was just had an amazing tolerance for pain. The guy, he was crazy. Love Sabu.
How did you find him?
He worked for. He was like Benoit was a Carluzzo guy first, and he was trying to do both. And I said, "Yeah, you can't really do that because." Why is someone going to pay to see you here if they can go across the bridge literally less than 15 minutes away and see you there? Mm-hmm. There's nothing, and you're not going to be doing the same gimmick there. It just defeats the whole purpose of what we're doing here. You have to understand we're trying to build something here. This is not a one-night deal like over there, like once every couple of months is going to bring. This could be bread and butter for you. It's like a real job. Like this is like ongoing. We're running every week almost somewhere, and he finally got the deal and said, "Dennis, I can't work for you anymore."
What was you mentioning Dennis and him running every couple of months, and as ECW grows and becomes a staple, right? Literally 10 minutes from Cherry Hill or what's your interact? Is Dennis seething? Is he just dejected? Is he defeated?
I wasn't with him or privy to him. We didn't speak here on any level.
The word never came back.
Well, what happened was the one night that things really escalated to the point where my security came and got me. Full house in here, 1,000 people. It all took us 900 or 1,000 to fill it up. And they said, "There's two guys out in your parking lot that we grabbed. They're going from car to car and they're unscrewing the valves and all the tires." So people have flat tires at the end of the night. I said, "What? Our fans, I can't imagine that. They're all so pro this promotion that when anything happens, it's like their greatest thing for them. They love this promotion." It's Dennis and this guy Gino Moore. So they said, "Do you want us to have to call the police?" I said, "No, just get him out of here."
It was Dennis himself.
Yeah.
And skinny Gino Moore. Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Yeah, big Gino. And I said, "Man, that's wow." It's a Saturday night, and they're spending their Saturday night crawling around the ground and screwing tires.
Real Bush League kind of.
I kind of figured, well, I guess we've kind of left them behind now. We moved on to another level, so there was no. But that was also pre the NWA screw job.
Okay, so this is.
It was just typical. It was one thing after another, and again, we didn't retaliate. Mm-hmm. One of the things we used to always say to each other, Paul and I, was, "Living well is the best revenge." Right. Don't stoop to their level. Don't try to get him back. Don't go over and mess with his shows. Don't call to a state committee. Let's just ignore him.
Right.
He's like, we're the giant now, and he's the flea. He's the flea. Swat it away. Just keep on going. Move upward and onward.
Taz also, this is, by the way, the first time Gino Moore and Taz have ever been mentioned within 30 seconds of each other. Taz debuts here as the Tasmaniac, face paint, jungle savage gimmick.
Eep, eep, eep.
How does he come into the company?
He was a guy who worked for Savoldi, like Dreamer, and Savoldi contacted me. You know, what I learned real fast is as you start to become successful, everybody's trying to get a piece of it.
Right.
You know, like every worker in the world wants to work there because nobody else is running shows, let alone regularly. Everybody wants to have a steady payday. So every worker wanted to work here and would take less than normal if we would put them on X amount of shows.
Right.
And Savoldi contacted me about a couple of guys he had, and he thought we could use them, and they talked to Paul. And he wanted to do something together jointly, and I said, I'm not interested in that. I'm trying to build this. I got to focus on my company. I can't worry about someone else's company right now. But I respected him because he had been around forever in the business. And we brought him in and started using him right off the bat.
How long into that do you start to realize that someone like a Taz could have a tenure here? Is it once he lost all that stuff and just started working?
No, we had him as a tag team with Sullivan. Paulie liked him because he could work. He wasn't a bullshit kind of guy. He was very unique to our dressing room. That he was totally clean.
Right.
I mean, in terms of I don't know if he did the gas or not. I never asked him. But in terms of actual drugs, alcohol, no. Show's over. He dreamed there was a little group back to the bed, back to the hotel to work out or whatever they did, and so that was an anomaly in our dressing room. And he was also not a leader yet because he was still lower on the card. It wasn't until Sullivan left and he got his first big role, that angle that when he took that microphone the very first time to cut his big, heel turn, that we're like, and we didn't let him talk. We didn't let this man do anything except jump up and down and go eep, eep, eep. Who knew? The guy was a stud with a microphone. And he turned out to be a tremendous, tremendous talent and champion. Took himself a little too seriously at times, he'll tell you that, I'm sure, which caused him a little animosity in the locker room.
First of all, Rick is a pretty good wrestler. I don't care. And a lot of his stuff is similar from day to day, but whose isn't? Rick's a pretty good wrestler, and that's not fair criticism. Brett's a pretty good wrestler also, but he's not the best there was, the best there is, the best there ever will be. There's a lot, but Brett is. I would say, as someone, I look Brett in the eye and I consider him a friend. To say he's the excellence of execution, he's extremely good. But it gets a little heavy-handed to say the best there was.
Of course. But is this a company guy defending his company? Maybe he doesn't have these personal feelings for Rick, but he's working on top in WWF, and he's got to say something about the enemy.
Well, in my book, and this is a shoot. From the hip, man. I heard all these horror stories about Vince McMahon and the company and this and that. You know what? I was through it all. I was never treated in the WWE. Excuse me. I was never treated with anything but respect in the WWE. I was treated like a gentleman, Mr. White this, Mr. White that. I was. Things may have not worked out the best for me during that period of time. So for me to be saying this, I have an opportunity now to say or do anything I want to say. Vince treated me like a gentleman. The people there, all from the people that get your tickets to the, from the cameramen to, it's just bar none. It's the best company in the history of the world. Okay. Wrestling company, period. So, you can say what you want, about Rick and Brett, but that one company, the WWE, has had a lot to do with both of them being able to say anything.
Does morale start to change in a locker room when this stuff starts to happen?
All right.
The business as a whole is taking a turn here, but I mean, your payoffs are going to be based on the house now still, right? So as houses shrink, there must be tension.
Well, you know, I'm going to shoot with you guys. That's what I'm here to do. You know, I had a contract, period.
Oh.
I got paid the same.
I see.
And my, you know, my pay-per-view money was the same, which was good and bad. And during that era, pay-per-views, you know, we never had that real big one, so I even made out there.
Why do you think it started to turn a little bit in the U.S.? Why does wrestling fall out of favor every so often?
Well, you used to have cycles, and you know, cycles has up and downs. Now, let's face it. I mean, there's one guy that just runs the show.
Right.
But there's really one company, and that's worldwide. I mean, there's nothing in Japan. I mean, the thing that saddens me the most about professional wrestling is the level that Japan has sunk to. I mean, they. I mean, at one point, I mean, you're talking about All Japan and New Japan and Noah and even this shoot group. Like, you know, we're talking about on any given night. I mean, you know, 150,000 people are watching wrestling in Japan between Inoki and Baba and then when Misawa broke off from Baba and you know and he's selling out and then this shoot group. I mean, myself and Nobu. We sold out just this little. You got to understand, this is just some kids off the street. This guys that did the shoot group, and you know they came over. They flew over to WCW, and walked in the office, and Bill was the deal, and you know I had a contract that said I could do what I wanted to. I could sign this contract, and I took care of Bill. I mean, I said I'm going to make this much. But he said, how much you going to make? He said, well, that means I have to give you some valuable dates off to do this, for you to go back over and go back over. And I said, yeah, and I'm going to take care of you for it. I mean, I paid him.
Wow.
And big money. I mean, it's a lot, you know, $100,000 a match. And said, you know, the beginning matches were 50 and 75,000. And then that match we did in front of the baseball stadium, 44,000 people outside. You know, we fought nearly 30 minutes, Nobu and I, and just tore the house down. And that's hard to do outside because you lose the contact, okay? So to see where the Japanese wrestling has gone to now, I mean, Noah's about ready to go out of business. All Japan is still doing okay, but it's nothing near. And then you got New Japan that's doing well, but they're doing well on a different level. It's just not the same.
Not the same.
And then really, the only group that's close here is Vince, and you know.
What are the accommodations like overseas? Do they compare to here?
Well, we didn't have any here. We had to get our own rooms back then.
Right.
So,
but they're provided for you when you go to
the
Europe?
guys were thrilled. We stayed in a nice hotel, and they were paying for it.
Oh.
Yeah. European times were like bonding time, and we got to stay in the same, but we were scattered. We were like, in the States, we were all 6 guys in a car. Guys were sitting on their bags. Sometimes you have 4 or 5 guys in one hotel room because we all paid for our rooms. We try to save money when we were traveling. So Europe was like luxury for us. We get our own room or have one other guy in the room, and we had our hotel and our transportation all lined up. It was great.
Were you allowed to travel by car together?
No, we were all on the bus.
The bus, I mean, yeah.
We didn't have to worry, man. We didn't have to meet the bus downstairs. It was great.
Who's the agent that gets sent over with you?
Oh, they'd pick different guys. Yeah.
Who were the agents you were most fond of, WWF at the time?
Oh man, Chief Jay Strongbow was one of my favorites.
You like Chief?
Jack
Because we hear
Lanza.
disparate things about Chief. We hear.
Oh, I love Chief. He was
do.
my golfing buddy.
Okay.
So he's my buddy. So if somebody liked him, they didn't really know Chief. Renee and Lanza and I always felt I got along well with all the agents. They didn't really have just like a European agents. They kind of alternated the guys. They sat over there because they get time away from their families. Stuff like that.
Language barriers. Were there people with you to help you navigate through that, or was it never an issue because you
It
were
was an
all
issue. We were
together?
at the hotel, and the European hotels provide breakfast, and eating wasn't my problem. I love to eat, so I'd find a way to get the right words in German, oofs for eggs, and I definitely would learn the basics real quick.
Nightlife. Best city in Europe for nightlife.
London was good. Frankfurt was good. Zurich there was a lot of good cities.
Best city for adoring.
Different kind of nightlife. but-
Adoring female Lex fans.
But in Europe, with the bus tour and us dragging our workout bag, our wrestling bag, and our clothes bag, a lot of the going out in Europe, and it was sports coats, and so a lot of times we didn't have the clothes traveling over there for 2-3 weeks at a time to really go to the club scene.
Right.
We had to find more of a pub or a tavern
I see.
because we weren't appropriately attired.
Yeah, but you're celebrities, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, but you didn't want to walk in with Zubas, which were back then with going back. The
fanny pack?
Zubas with a fanny pack in a Frankfurt nightclub with Vogue fashion models and all these Bankfords. That's called a Bankfurt, not Frankfurt, and they're custom made $3,000 at the time Armani suits and with the Zubas and the fanny pack.
We're looking like Eric Sims.
Yeah.
Adoring female Lex fans. City in Europe. Best adoring female Lex fans were in what city?
Germany.
Germany.
In general, yeah, because I had that German. I'm half German, so I always had good rapport with the German fans.
The key to keeping your talent is to give them work, to be honest with you. So we're always looking for different places to work. I don't remember how we got to Maryland. All I remember is that a commissioner there who was about, 5'2", who came in the dressing first night, and I'm a businessman, how you doing? I said, hello. You bleed? I stopped the show. You spit? I stopped the show. No blood in Maryland. No. Well, that's kind of what we do. Blood's part of our product. That's just the way it is. A dressing room full of people dying to bleed, which is also kind of bizarre. And so they really curtailed us at that show, and we decided Maryland was not going to
Maybe
be
that's
for us.
why you don't go back to Maryland
Yeah.
for quite some time. Ironically enough, the debut of the ECW Maryland State Championship given to J.D. Smith, which is also, I guess, the first and last time that is shown.
Correct.
What was the relationship like between Hogan and Savage? Was it always contentious?
No, I saw them hanging out a lot together, and they were buddies. And then you hear about these vicious arguments, and they did these radio shows down in Tampa. They would blast each other. So I never knew if it was like they're really behind the scenes buddies the whole time, or where they really were mad at each other. I didn't know. They were good, and that took. I mean, do you know what I mean? I mean, they had all of us. They had me fooled. I didn't know whether they were like buddies that would work these things up and create the controversy and the interest, because everybody was interested in it. And it was if it was contrived, it was brilliant.
Who was the more difficult person?
If it wasn't, I guess they were just two buddies who were like brothers who fight, and the next day you're with your brother, you're pals again. I mean,
Who was the more difficult personality type to get along with, Randy or Hulk?
My experience, Randy was more volatile, but I got along great with Randy. Him and I hit it off great. We traveled together, worked out together, and I got along really good with Randy. But he definitely had a volatile side to him. he was very excited. He was definitely, he is what you saw,
Yeah.
no doubt.
How does he first come onto your radar?
I think also Savoldi. He came out, and as soon as he walked out, I said, I knew they were going to shit on him in the dressing room, by the hair, the outfit.
Right.
I said, this is the dynamic dudes all over again. There's no way that guy could be a babyface here, and they're bringing him out as a babyface. If he's going to come out like that, he better damn well be a heel and be spraying perfume in the air because Gorgeous George, because I knew they were going to shit on him, and sure enough, they did.
So what then becomes the plan when you see that? You want to continue to work with someone, but you see...
Now Paulie's booking more of the, almost all of it. And I think, my timelines sometimes are really messed up here. But it could have been Dreamer's idea, the whole Singapore cane thing. The Singapore cane thing I just hit the news where that person got caned, whatever, in Town Square in Singapore. And that's when we gave Sandman the Singapore King gimmick, and he came out and was using it. And then that's when we started the whole feud with Dreamer, who for some reason decided he wanted to take 10 whacks to show the. And man, he got his back. I couldn't even look at it. It was so bloodied up. Sandman lays them in. He says, "I give it and I get it. So I'll tell you not to give it to me, but I want to give it to you too." And in fact, we did a show down in Florida, I guess. It was gonna be him and Mikey. Loser gets caned, and I said, "Hack, don't kill this kid. Seriously, don't do it." He goes, "I can't believe you're saying that." He was really pissed off. He goes, "I never asked for any quarter from anybody. Why are you telling me? What makes him different, special? He's going to be a wrestler, and he wants to work. He's going to have to take it. I'm going to lay him in there," and he laid him in there.
What was Tommy like behind the scenes in the locker room?
Quiet. At the very beginning. I remember we had a double shot that I put together. In fact, I even rented a bus. Because we were in Valley Forge, the afternoon show, Valley Forge Music Fair. Beautiful theater in the round.
Yeah.
I mean, it was what a crazy place to hold a show. We did a show there, and that night we did a show in Delaware. So I know my locker room. If I don't keep them all together, I'm going to have about a third of them show up in Maryland going wait, Delaware, wait, where is it? I'm in Maryland. Forget about it. So I rented a bus, and everybody had to go on the bus. And that was the first time I think I ever smoked in front of the boys, other than say my initial, Sandman and the guys like that. We're driving back from the second show, and I hear him go, no. It was in the back. She goes, "Shut the fuck!" He goes, "Go, Gordon, come back here." I go, "What?" Everybody going, like a teacher came in the room. Because these guys don't want to get high, and they're all afraid to smoke because you're on the bus. Do it. I go, "What?" He goes, "Do it." Fine. So I started smoking from there. He goes, "Oh, fuck." And the whole bus was like this cloud of smoke. The only two people that didn't smoke were Dreamer and Taz. We get off the bus. I just hope I don't ruin this, pull this mic out. We get off the bus back to the hotel in Philadelphia. Tommy gets off the bus. He goes, he's whacked, and he never smoked.
From the residual second.
I mean, stoned to the gills. He's out there going, he's dancing in the parking lot. Everyone's going, "Look at Dreamer, he's fucking high as a kite." He didn't fucking do it. I mean, it's a true story.
We get on a plane and we're working all week, and then all of a sudden we find ourselves in the lounge, first class lounge in Florida. And I don't know if I should say this or not. I don't know if the entire plane is ours or not, if it's chartered, but we're all dominating. The WCW crew is dominating this lounge, and I never forget it. Everyone is drinking. Everybody, agents, everybody, and. Everyone had pills, and everyone's, "Well, what do you got?" Okay, and there's just massive exchange rate of okay, I'm having a beer. Well, I need a muscle relaxer because my back hurts, and a lot of this is legit. I mean, you work 300 days a year. You're going to sit on a plane for 10 hours. You you know, I have to have a pain pill because my back hurts, my knees hurt. And I'm not saying everyone was getting wiped out of their mind, but obviously there's extremes. So one of the individuals, I have to remain nameless, I mean, he gets up, he puts his bandana on and just does a nosedive into the chair. And this was before the plane ride started, okay? So then we take off, and this plane ride is forever, and, you know, we're drinking and on the plane and eating, and then we land, and then there's this 3.5-hour ride in from, I guess it's Heathrow, the airport.
London?
Yeah, into London, and then we're there early, of course, so then there's another 3-hour wait for the show starts, and then there's a 3-hour show, and of course I'm the main event, or maybe I was a semi because Davey Boy, you know, in his town, right? Mm-hmm. And then we get back on the bus, and then it's five more hours. So, you know, started out the hours, on top of which we were working. It wasn't like we came fresh from home. We were working that whole week. And finally got to where we were going, and, I mean, people are afraid. And we got to where we were going, and, you know, first thing someone did was pounded on the manager's door in this quasi-hotel. It was kind of like more of a house, you know what I'm saying? Had a lot of room, but it had a house-type atmosphere. And someone's pounding on his door to open a bar. So he does. You know, hey, these are American wrestlers, and we're superstars, right? And he opens a bar, and so now we've got 25 guys that are supposed to be in bed sleeping that are up drinking, and the sun's coming up. And the next thing I know, there was a fight and a ruckus, and Sid basically was going into shock, and he kind of did the Frankenstein walk toward me, and I didn't see what happened. And, you know, I could honestly say I did not see. I heard, and by the time I got there, the ruckus had been over. And so I grabbed him by the hand, and he had blood just squirting out of his, just every time his heart pumped, it just about that far. So we're talking about, you know, pretty good pressure. And I didn't know what to do, so I just stuck my thumb in it and told him to sit down. And he did. And someone got a towel, and I just put it around my thumb, but I kept my thumb in there and just talked to him for about, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and the ambulance came, and the guy said, okay, take your thumb out, and he stuck something in there and took him to the hospital. So I can't give you a blow-by-blow because I didn't see it, but...
Are you reprimanded as a group for your behavior in Europe? Does this start some kind of restriction on drinking or anything as a result of this?
You know what? I was actually praised for saving a life. He would have died. I mean, there was that much blood. Like, Leon, quick thinking, good job. You know, so I got one of the few times in my career that I wasn't to blame. I was actually the good guy. So, but I just can't tell you what happened and why it happened. But you know what? That was a result of it. It was legitimately a blood pumper.
He wouldn't have been vocal about this in the locker room about being passed up, and
Well, Kurt was such a prankster and a ribber. You never knew he could interject things he was shooting on him with kidding. So you never knew whether he was serious, or he might joke about it, but you didn't know if he was serious about having upset that he wasn't getting the IC title. So you never really knew with Kurt. I didn't.
how important were belts to you guys? Is this something you throw a paycheck away and go home for 8 months without being paid over?
I never thought of it that way. I always thought it was a pain in the butt because we used to, back then, a lot of times carry them around. You always got stopped at the airport. You had to open your bags up. I was always usually running late. I was like, man, I wish they'd take this. This sounds bad. I wish they'd take the stupid belt off of me.
Right.
Because pay-wise, it didn't really, at the time matter. That make a huge difference pay-wise. You know, if you were a top guy, you got paid like a top guy. The only difference was you were toting that belt around through the airport. So, I mean, I didn't take it too seriously. Not that it's not good to be a champion, and in the fans' eyes, and it's not that it's not good for your career. I don't mean it that way. Mm-hmm. I didn't have no respect for it, but at the same time, it didn't matter to me that much whether I was like. I didn't feel it made me as a wrestling character, or decide whether or not I would be a top guy, whether I had to have a belt or not. Matsuda taught me that if you're talented, it doesn't matter whether you have a belt or not. If you're talented enough.
What did you think about the pairing of Funk with JT Smith to start with?
It didn't make sense to me because the idea was he's pairing a veteran with somebody that we want to make better, and anybody with Funk becomes better. He made Shane Douglas. He made Sabu. Neither one of them would have been anywhere near where they got to were not for Terry Funk. Public Enemy, that whole feud totally made the Public Enemy, elevated them to the next level. I mean, there's nobody you didn't work with that wasn't elevated by working with him. He was so generous. I mean, he was just, I'll always be grateful to Terry Funk.
I know why you like Terry Funk. Why did Terry like ECW so much?
Because it's the kind of wrestling he wanted to do. It's the kind of wrestling he always loved as a kid. The kind of wrestling he loved as a wrestler, as a performer, as a talent. And he saw the passion in that locker room.
Right.
And he used to say to me, Todd, I tell you, you got passion. Oh, you got passion in this locker room. You don't see that. This is different. It's a different vibe. I love it.
For anyone counting, he's done a Terry impression and
Terry.
a Metal Maniac impression.
I did a bad Terry, like I'm old, like where's drying. I usually do Terry much better.
Was Terry a better babyface or heel for you?
Babyface.
Yeah.
They couldn't be a heel here.
Okay.
They loved it. He tried. It didn't matter. We said it was like one of those things. Like, don't make him a heel because it's not going to work. That was the same problem with Cactus that time. We tried to turn him, but he's so brilliant that he just made it work. Sabu was going to be, that was the guy.
That was the guy, okay.
He became, the one that the people were coming to see.
He was there for such a short time, though. You were that confident.
Oh.
Based on what, the fan reaction?
Fan reaction was absurd for him.
Right.
And Shane was a heel, so it was a good, and then the three-way dance,
How do you, first of all, was Shane okay with losing it to?
Better have been. First of all, anybody came in our door,
right.
Once we got going, all the stars. You did a job the first night. Everybody. That was, that's how we see what kind of attitude you have.
Right.
You don't want to be part of the team. You're bigger than the guys. See ya.
How did you know Sabu would have been a guy that would have been a good champion in the sense that he was reliable?
Because he didn't care about the belt. Everybody else wanted the belt. He didn't want the belt. I fucking thing around me all the time. I don't care. Can you Fonzie carry it? Because I gotta carry it. Like, I don't carry a fucking belt.
Well, obviously, Hulk was surrounding himself with his people, and those talks were in the.
Yeah.
Yes, this was the end of '93.
Yeah.
They were happening. Mm-hmm. Hulk was on his way, and Flair just came back, and Mean Gene is not just good; he's very good. And for me, the big loss for me was Jim Ross. Mm-hmm. Jim Ross was just, in terms of superlative, in terms of a big, powerful world champion, he was perfect for me. And so
Do you think you'll get some of that back with Gene?
No, I think I did well with Gene, but I'm just saying it was the start of an era change, wasn't it? It was going into the Hollywood.
The Hogan era, you can say, right?
Yeah, I guess.
It really was.
In turn, it went from WCW to the Hogan show. I mean, Hogan. Well, I mean, let's face it, Hogan ran that, right?
Guys ever go back to Carbondale High School after that?
I don't recall. I don't think we did.
I don't know if you were on the card or not, but
But my comment to that would be, wrestlers, have left the building, right?
who brings down the hammer for something like this? Is it the agent? Is it Vince?
I think it comes to the office, Vince hears about it, and then it goes down through the chain of command to the agents. Say, come on, guys, Renee, pick up your stuff. Don't be slobs, there'd be tape and junk all around the floors,
Sarge,
it was. It
can
looked
you-
like, when we left the locker room, you usually look like a bomb went off.
Who would have been
definitely
most
was
likely
bad.
to shit on the floor? Let's just get right to that. Who would have been most likely to take a shit on the floor?
If you want a general direction, that would have been more of a nasty boy or wanting to live up to their name or somebody like that, I would say. Defecating on the floor was definitely not my thing.
Right.
But there were guys that definitely would. It was usually kept more in the bathroom area. For some reason, it was a weird thing. The guys would go to the bathroom and not flush and then leave. Instead of putting their wipes in the toilet, they would lay them around the seat. From when you walked in, there'd be an unflushed toilet with all their used tissues lining surrounding the seat. Why they did that, it was disgusting to me, but I guess it was part of the ribs and the
I've asked other people this. What is it with wrestlers?
the monotony
and
of being
shit?
on the road. I don't know.
Shit
I don't
is
know.
a central focus of ribs? Shit is a recurring theme in wrestling.
I guess it's just so we're spelling repulsive. It just, I don't know.
I asked Shane Douglas, he said it's a shitty business.
I guess if I had to characterize it, they were surprised.
Yeah, because here they're going after a promoter now.
Yeah. I think a lot of the guys thought it was unfair. I mean, I never felt any pressure from a promoter to take performance-enhancing drugs. That was a personal decision I would make in the home in my own time. And I never... So Vince being indicted like he was this drug steroid kingpin, want all those other guys to be on steroids, I thought of it. From what I had discussed with Vince and others, there's this one guy, this one prosecuting attorney had a real thing for Vince and really wanted to come after him. This was one way he thought to come after him.
Did Vince change during this?
It definitely affected him. He told me it did. It was very hard on him. He was definitely, it caused him anxiety and stress, and he definitely affected him. I visibly saw him affected by it.
Was there a locker room reaction to this?
Disbelief. I can't imagine. 13-year-old girl.
No one with that kind of, like we mentioned with Dino Bravo, yeah, you didn't know about that? No one who knew he had a penchant, allegedly, for younger girls?
My thought, and most of the guys I was with, was disbelief. Like, you gotta be kidding me. There must be more to this. That guy we know and who we're wrestling with can't want to be with 13-year-old girls. I mean, that was my reaction, There could be haters who might try to say, oh, you know that about him or something, but I mean, my reaction, most of the guys I was around was like, no way, man, whoa. We certainly hope I hope it's not true, Well, I mean, you're talking to a lot of guys, but we're also parents and we have kids and, so you're like, you hear something like that, you're like, no way.
Dude, the things we said that these people said, we told them, sky's the limit. I mean, you have to understand something. The guys weren't watching the show. We could say anything that was going live across the air, and each week we say, how the fuck did that? Does nobody beep? Does nobody censor like anything in the net? Nope. And Carl would be sending letters to Comcast. You know what to have in your area? 6 o'clock at dinner time, and I mean, really 6 o'clock at dinner time. He's right, but nobody censored us. And the more rope we got, the more rope we took.
Where did the Greg line come from? Is that something she just threw out?
I guess.
When the cameras were rolling?
Or she maybe it's the truth.
Right. Oh, I'm sure it is. But I'm saying just that.
Why? What possessed her to say that? Hated to reduce, I guess.
Okay. Talk about bringing in Bundy. There's still just that thing that you guys did.
Yeah, it was
in
just
big names.
it was just one of those things. You know, it wasn't not a transportation, not an air, not a hotel stay.
Right.
And we wanted to do the mystery partner thing. Really hadn't been done to death yet. You know, that was still one of those things where it was something new and exciting. Like, who's the mystery partner going to be? And the fact that we did our usual, I know, let's make him bring out Ian Rotten first, so the place will just shit all over it. And of course they did. And then we revealed it to be the whole just to go, oh, you got us again. Like, you don't ever let us down, do you? Like, come on, guys. Ian's part of the crew. We're going to bring Ian out as Terry's mystery partner. Give us a little credit after what you've been seeing all these years, months, whatever.
Bundy is local, and he was, a big WWF star, WrestleMania main event. Why didn't he work more here?
He didn't want to work.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he wanted to work.
But he didn't want to
He didn't want to work. Yeah, he was still in that 5 pin, and he just couldn't. Certain guys, I guess, they just don't get it. Curtis Hughes, a great guy, just didn't get it.
Right.
Oh my God. True story. We're at Lulu Temple, maybe, or another place in local.
The Zembo Mosque.
No, it wasn't the Zembo Mosque.
I just wanted to say that I never brought
Lulu
up the
Temple
Zembo
was the
Mosque.
mosque. You're doing a job for Taz. I can't do a job for Taz. Paul and I, we go, what do you mean? I can't do a job for Taz. Paul and I again, what are you talking about? He goes, I beat Lex Luger. Okay?
Yeah, he's in the wrong
Hands up.
place. He's in the wrong place.
I said, no, you didn't. The pencil beat Lex Luger. You didn't beat any. What are you talking about? You beat Lex. Are you crazy? You know, he put it to his shoulder on the third count, and then we used him for a long time after that. He tried. It wasn't being taped.
Right.
There's about 170 to 200 people in this little facility. And he lifts his shoulder because he beat Lex Luger.
Concept was the random partner tag
Yeah, and I was
team
supposed to win a
matches?
ring. And Sting got a ring. He won the battle all the time before, and he got this really nice ring. And Eric didn't buy me one.
Oh, really?
Oh, God, I was so upset. I'm serious. I mean, it was a really nice ring.
Once again,
It looked
the
like a
art of
Super Bowl
negotiation needed to be learned.
Yeah.
It should have been on paper beforehand.
You know what? And I'm going to end this and say, I've seen Terry since then. Hulk. And Hulk and I, we really never had a problem. I obviously got to the point where I was in the way, my contract was in the way of what they were doing and them moving forward. But I've seen Eric since then, and there's just no hard feelings. It's just,
Well, things change over time, I think, and people change too.
Eric. The thing I will comment on this because Eric had said, Leon, I have asked you to take photos for 6 weeks straight. And that's right, that's the truth. And for 6 weeks straight, I found a reason not to go. So in other words, before you went to CNN Center, which is where we did our taping, I was supposed to go over to and do 4 hours of, you take your your uniform and you put the hot stuff on and you put the mask on and you flex and flex and flex, and it's grueling. It was the worst thing ever you had to do. I mean, and then you're exhausted because you flex and pump for 6 hours, and then you got to go wrestle 9 times, right, on 9 of those little shows. So Eric said, Leon, you promised me you have to do it. And Eric and I we were okay. We were friends. I had been there, and he recognized the fact. He said, Leon, guys are coming in, but I recognize the fact that, this whole thing, you and Sting started this whole thing. Without you and Sting, we're not here. We don't do what we're doing right now. And so I'm doing that for him, and then I show up late because I was doing what my boss. See, there was nobody else that was my boss except for Eric. Eric Bischoff was my boss. Said on my paycheck that, my contract said that Eric Bischoff was my boss. Nobody else. And so I did what my boss told me to do, and I showed up, probably 4 hours late. And you can't be in 2 places at once. You're told to do, and he even said, Leon, I will physically send a limo to your, and pick you up. No, I got to rent a car. I promise. That's how bad it was. So when I got there, I'm late, and I get mother bleep this, mother bleep this, fat mother bleep that.
From who?
Well, that was the Orndorff thing.
Oh, right.
You're late, and these guys want to take lunch. Couldn't get nothing out. The boss told me I had to go take these pictures. So that's how it started, because I was doing what I was told to do. And that's where I'm going to leave that. And right now, this is a bonus for you guys. Paul, I understand Paul's sick. He's got some problems with his throat.
Okay.
Cancer.
Oh, yeah.
Cancerous type stuff. He's chewed tobacco for a long time. My dad died of prostate cancer, and my mom's battling breast cancer right now. And so it's, my understanding is that he's got some form of throat cancer because of, and my heart goes out to him. I was doing autographs for, God, I don't know who, it doesn't matter. And he just walked up, and I stood up and took out my hand, and he hugged me, and I hugged him back, and he couldn't talk, and so I wanted to say that,
Well, time heals all wounds anyway, right? I mean,
that cost me not a lot of money, but a shitload of money, but I thought that was a nice story, for.
And when you
had he known that Eric had told me to go do that, because Paul and I were friends. He was an ex-football player. I was an ex-football player. I had just given him a papered Labrador. I mean, this is a $1,100 dog, right? My dog was, and just was one of those locker room deals where, hey, why, in other words, you're a big star and you show up late, so. It wasn't the case. I was actually working.
Right.
I was,
misunderstanding.
And so, anyways, I I'm very proud. I'm a born-again Christian, and I know I'm not supposed to bring religion onto your shoot interview, but I wish him well. I hope he gets through this.
We do too. Firstly, can Dink the Midget Clown get rats? Let's just put it right out there.
No, I don't know, why not?
Because he's a midget clown? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, each fan has their own little thing, I guess. I don't know why he couldn't get a loyal following.
Okay. At what point is this overkill? And with we had many clowns at Survivor Series. Now we got the midget clowns coming out. You're a serious guy. You're broken in by
a lot
Hiro
of time, and Marty
Matsuda.
invested in the clown thing. They wanted to stick with it.
Do you take any personal offense? You're an old school guy, trained by Hero. Is this ridiculous to you? And might you kick a garbage can and say, "Give me a break"?
I thought it was a bit ridiculous, but at the same time, I did think that Vince always wanted to have like a couple little, like ridiculous things. I don't know whether he did it to entertain the boys or make the fans angry, but he always had a couple guys that he'd put out there, and he'd really push them. Everybody would say this is ridiculous. But I think, I don't know, it was for his own entertainment or for the boys, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Give us something to talk about on the road? Something to gripe about? Surprising because he has such a long relationship with WWF, so definitely surprising.
Did he talk to you about any of that contract drama?
No, he didn't. I just heard about it like everybody else. I wasn't privy to that anything inside on that.
When a prominent guy like that leaves, is it discussed publicly at all by Vince, by agents, or is it just kind of like you don't mention that person's name?
Oh no, you could talk about him. It's not like there's a no talk policy on the guy. But Vince also, at the same time, Vince doesn't come in and feel like he has to explain himself that if a contract didn't work out with somebody, you negotiated in good faith, that the guy went to a competitor, and Vince is a competitive guy. He never wanted that to happen, but sometimes it happens. Mm-hmm. And even if you're good personal friends, it happens in business. So Vince, I don't think Vince ever felt he had to come to us to explain it. And I don't think we thought we needed an explanation. And we all missed not having Bobby. We thought he was a great guy and a great announcer.
This is in Flair's hometown. The atmosphere seemed right, probably, if you were going to do this thing, that this is the way you would do it with Rick, going back to Charlotte.
But it got to stop you. The deal was going in. There's always a deal, right? Mm-hmm. Deal is going in. Dusty, the booker, Dusty says 6 weeks later, we're going to do the revenge of Vader in a cage, and you're going to win it back. So you're going to do this for Rick, because it is his hometown, and company needs it, and you're a good guy, Land. You're a fighting champion, and you're Vader, and you're my buddy, or I don't do it, or and God, it just the fifth week, Flair took over the booking job, so.
And strangely, he didn't honor that agreement that was made with Dusty. Isn't that strange?
Yeah. So, and you know what? I'm going to see Rick. I don't know when it's going to be out, but I'm going to see him shortly here at a show in Rhode Island. He's going to be there to honor his son, and like I said, I've texted him, and I told you about the story. I told you guys, right? Today?
Yes, about his son.
Yeah, talking to his son, yeah. So,
you may have closed out the year losing that title, but you were that year named in 3 separate publications, the Wrestler of the Year, Pro Wrestling Illustrated, the Wrestling Observer Newsletter, the Pro Wrestling Torch, all named you the Wrestler of 1993. And here in 2013...
No,
And you were somebody told me, I don't know if this is true, I don't know if this is reliable, he was the first 400-pounder, super heavyweight ever to nail a moonsault.
And this is just a question, and please feel no pressure just because I'm sitting next to you.
All right, let me see.
Who's the greatest super heavyweight? Super heavyweight, and again, we're not talking about Andre, because you can't compare to Andre, and even Show, you can't compare to Show, right? Because those guys are just different.
You see, my opinion matters.
The greatest.
You guys be the judge.
No, you got to answer. I've been answering questions for you.
I would give that award to anyone who could work with any kind of style. Someone who could work with the smaller high flyers, like a Shawn Michaels. Somebody who could work with the big guys.
Inokis.
The Inokis, right? Sure. And someone who could work with the big guys, the heavyweights, right?
Gaines.
So It would have to be someone who held some.
The Foleys, the
Who
Brawlers.
worked for all the majors, someone who worked overseas. I would want to give that to somebody who was well-rounded like that. But I want you to tell me today, in 2013, if there's a product on the market that I could use to work my upper body, if there's something
Oh my
that,
God,
if-
you're going to do this for me.
If I wanted to
There is.
perfect this physique, what I would be able to do in the coming months.
Well, you know what? You got it. You know what? I'll mention it if you promise to bring me back for another one of these, in a reasonable amount of time.
You're watching He learned negotiation. He said he couldn't negotiate
But now I can.
when he was 25 years old.
You gonna do it?
Yeah, let's go.
So he's got to bring me back when I have the prototype. But I have engineered, designed, and have became patent pending on an exercise device that does the complete upper body, chest, tries, shoulders, back, buys, stomach, literally your chest from the incline to the decline. It's an incredible piece of equipment. It has a variable strength, which means it has interchangeable rods. In other words, if I have a 10-year-old son, we could buy one apparatus and a set of rods for me and a set of rods for him and use it simultaneously.
Change the
simply by
resistance.
interchanging the rods. Right. And I'm patent pending in America. It is literally, for me, I've been lifting weights a long time. And at one point was a very good weightlifter. But, you strive for one thing, the pump. And right now, it's tentatively being called the Vader pump. And I have people interested in Japan, in Colorado, in Florida. It's extremely expensive, so got any bookings, call me. I'm kidding.
It's extremely expensive to buy it?
No, extremely expensive to...
To buy in?
No, to become patent pending, to do
Oh,
prototypes.
the process, yes.
The process is extremely expensive. The piece itself is very reasonable, and yes, a gentleman named Eric Sims is helping me out, and
Oh my God, it's over. It's over for you.
You guys.
This thing isn't going to be out by the time we air. It's going to be squashed.
Anyways.
You let us know when it's out, and we'll get that next step for you. And I want to
you
thank
go.
you for taking this step, a big step back in time.
We did pretty good, didn't we?
We did, and
Does
you
it-
did a lot better in 1993 than I
93
did.
was pretty good.
I was running around in college trying to figure everything out. Thank you for watching.
He was part of that Memphis crew, and I thought he worked well in the ring. At the time, I thought he was, I had that thing, I thought he was a little undersized. But I know he had a successful career down there. And wrestling was starting to evolve, where it just wasn't the monsters that were the big stars anymore.
So Lex, when you look back at 93 and your storied career, where does that time in your career, the big tour bus push and Yoko and the Intrepid, the helicopter ride, really some once-in-a-lifetime stuff.
Yeah.
Where does that rate? Because you did some other stuff like being a member of the Horsemen, for God's sakes, and you had some high-profile stuff elsewhere. Where does that rank?
It ranks up there. I mean, the Horsemen, the NWO stuff, that bus tour, I'm very fond. It was hard work by just very fond members of that year, 93. I was given a great opportunity by the company to be a real ambassador out there. It was incredible crowds. I travel around the country now. I do evangelism and other things in health and wellness. And so I still travel quite a bit. And I get people coming to me all the time and talk about the Lex Express, and they were at one of the autograph signings I did at that Toys R Us, and they waited outside, and it was a glorious time in my career. It was I felt really special, and the company invested a lot of time and effort into me, and it was I have nothing but fond memories of wrestling in general, but my problem was behind the scenes. But as far as 1993 and the year of wrestling, and things were going well for me with my family back then. It was definitely just a wonderful year, and I'd like to thank you for going over all that with me.
Well, thank you for sharing it with us. How are you doing now? How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I've been through some things in health-wise that God's brought me through that are just supernatural. I had a very serious spinal cord injury. I was never supposed to be able to take care of myself again, and to need 24-hour care. I mean, I am just so thankful for each and every day. I'm thankful for my health that I do have, not what I don't have. I have a great life, great friends, great family, great people I hang out with the wrestling when I come to these kind of things. I really have a renewed appreciation for the fans that I didn't have when I was wrestling. Not even renewed, a new great appreciation for the fans and the people who follow it and the people who report it and the people who film it. A great relationship with them, a real sense of gratefulness and appreciation for what I had that maybe I didn't enjoy at the time as much as I should have. So
better late than never, though, right?
Yeah, God's got me in a great place right now, but everything, and wrestling included.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And you weren't the least bit narcissistic once in this interview. I'm actually a little disappointed. Expected a much more difficult time. Thanks for watching. How'd you find Mike Awesome?
Sabu. Dude from Japan told us he's phenomenal. You got to bring him in. He's going to be in here staying with me. Won't cost you nothing. Okay, if you have to give him some mind, pay that. That was Sabu. If you have to give him some my money.
Yeah, I've heard that Sabu
He's just that way.
really generous and just selfless about the business. He's splitting time between Japan, I think, and here. And was he blocked from doing the gladiator thing in ECW that he was doing there, or did you just not?
Didn't want to.
You didn't want
yeah.
to. Okay. Another one we lost far too early.
So many of them.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys, they worked hard, they played hard. Johnny Grunge's famous line all the time. This is the first day I met him. I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time, baby. And that's how they lived. Johnny, I'll tell you, I got worse stories. I'll never forget. We were at the Loser Lodge, I think, and it was Cactus's either not even going to win the belt. No, I don't think we ever put the belt on me. It was whatever it was. His parents had really never got to see him work really hardly. You know, he's always in Atlanta, so they were coming down, and he spent. You know, he's in the hotel with us. His parents stayed at the hotel for the big show the next night. I forget who he was wrestling, probably Funk or somebody. And I hear this knock on my door. I forget who I was with. I went there, he's Todd. I go, yeah, Mick, what's up? He goes, I need some help. He goes, it's grunge, man. I go, what? He goes, he's laying in the hallway here. My parents are here. I go, what do you mean? He goes, his pants are around his ankles, man. He's laying in the middle of the freaking hallway. It's 9:30 in the morning, okay? 10 o'clock in the morning. I go, what? I walk out there, there's two Spanish going, Mista. And he's snoring away. I'm trying to wake this fat ass up and get him back.
Pantless.
He thought he was going to the bathroom and went out the front door,
Right.
the hotel door, never went to the bathroom, and then just went down.
Take a shit in the hallway.
No, he just
Falls.
just passed out there, and that was it. And there's guys, my parents, I want them to see this Todd. He was another straight one, straight arrow, by the way. About time.
Only fitting, right?
Yeah. Terry Funk's the greatest.
Sabu, I'm sure, didn't mind having the title taken off him very quickly. But it was probably more of a decision of putting it on somebody than taking it off.
Yeah,
somebody,
that's
obviously.
when you make a transition, sometimes that happens in other federations. Always, as soon as you make a transition, look at Bruno and Koloff. I mean, how fast was that? You know, it's just to make the transition, and also give the illusion that anything can happen at any time.
Right. You sold the company to Paul Heyman in May of 1995. Do you have any regrets when you look back at your time, your company that you helped birth? Do you have any regrets not sticking it out longer than 1995?
I couldn't financially keep it going myself past 95. Paul had gotten me into some bad situations, to be honest with you.
Were there legal implications?
Not at all.
From those? Okay.
No. It was, you know, I'm talking to other networks, see where I get our show put on the air to expand. And I said, well, we can go to the Sunshine Network, we can go on MSG, which I can say MSG to Paul, that's his hometown, New York. He was like, I said, but they want $3,000 a week. This one wants $5,000. That, you know, doesn't pay us to do that yet. We're not there yet. I've got advertising cover for all of New York. It's done. Sign the deal. Same thing in Florida. Sign. I'm telling you, I've got it all covered. And that was the first. That was the first of our blocks crumbling. Hit no advertisers, and all of a sudden there's.
And you went on the hook for the.
Yeah, because I signed a contract for X amount of weeks. Now, it's either put the company out of business, and all the boys in the locker room were like, "Oh my God, now we're doing Florida. Now we're really growing. We're in New York. We're in Florida now. We're boom, boom, boom." But it wasn't. It was just me going, "Holy, wow, wow! How can he fuck me like that?" And in his mind, to his credit, I'm sure he thought, "I can get people in New York. I know everybody in New York. He didn't get anybody." So,
does he ever cop to that?
Like
when you approach him, like
we don't discuss it now. I mean, back then, that's when the first time we ever had our, you know, are you fucking kid? How can you fucking do this to us? Like, what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do now?
And what do you say?
He's like, trust me. I said, no, I'm not one of the boys. Don't give me trust me. And yet, you know, we're still friends to this day. So I know that's a hard thing to understand, but that's Paul. But yeah, at that time, began the beginning of our breakup.
Had that not happened, had there not been forays into distrust, let's say, where do you think ECW would have gone with the two of you?
Had we built it properly, had he not gotten delusions of Vincedom, or grandeur, some would say, where he decided he could be the next Vince McMahon because he was getting the credits being this, of building this, and the more, you know, the more he was, it stopped being Todd and Paul, or Todd, and it was like, he liked being the face of the company. I didn't mind everybody bothering him during the day. The workers, dealing with the talent is...
Sure.
And I'm running the business. Yeah. You know, and I got Bob Marion calling me, you know what I'm saying? So, there's an idea what I'm telling you. For real. It was like that all the time, you know, or just going, listen, how come I've never gotten a belt? I should be a champion. I'm like, dude, I'm at work. Talk to me when we're at the arena. Yeah. But it was, you know, so I didn't mind him taking a lot of that off me.
Right.
And being, you know, more the other side of it. However, as I realized now, he was placing himself to put himself as Paul Heyman's ECW as opposed to the way it started out as we were together like that.
But had it not gone that way?
Had not gone that way, and then had I built the way I wanted to build it, I don't think we were going out of business until the politically correct era came in and said, yo, you guys, you kidding me? You're not going on our network.
Stylistically, you would have had to change what you were doing?
That would have killed the company anyway.
Right.
I mean, at the time, Howard Stern was #1 in every radio station in the country. And all of a sudden, he's off celestial air, he's got to go on satellite.
What's your side of the mole story?
None of the stuff that you read or thought was true. It was never a mole situation. It was never like that at all.
Well, then that's the answer, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I've said it 1,000 times every time somebody's asked me. Paul and I concocted together as I was getting ready to leave. And he was losing the locker room. Fuck it. He was losing the locker room at that time by 97.
Yeah.
It was fractured. It was a New York clique. All these, her boys. And then there was the guys that, I brought up from the beginning, the Sandman, and my friends, Scorpio, Fonzie, Public Enemy. This was my, in the locker room divided. Once he came in charge in 95, late 95, that whole family atmosphere just slowly, surely dissipated. Sure. And sadly, but true, that's what happened. And then all the distrust started. Then it became like a regular wrestling locker room again, instead of what I created for 3 years prior to that.
How does this reference the mole story?
Well, no, what I'm saying is now I'm saying I can't take it anymore. I'm out. I'm going to leave.
Right, sure.
I don't want to be on TV. I don't care to be on TV. It's not that my ego doesn't need to be stroked. I don't need to sit here.
Right.
I'm not, I'm not, people think I'm a figurehead, but they think I'm the head. I'm not. And you're positioning us where we look bad in this situation. That I don't want that stink on me.
Right.
And I'm done. It's just, it wasn't enjoyable at this point because it wasn't my baby anymore. it morphed into something else that he was trying to make into his own version of I'm going to be King Vince. And I said, I got to go. You know, we got to do something.
And he concocts a story.
How do you want to handle this? And, and it was just basically we said, well, you want to ever come back? I wanted to do a thing earlier on when I started seeing that fraction in the locker room. I said, I got a great idea. Our two big hits are New York and Philly. You're God in New York. These people are Todd's got it here. Why don't we make it a whole Philly New York thing? Because the Philly crowd started like saying New York crowd going Philly sucks, and I said we've got a natural thing here. But he did not want to do this thing with me and him with the microphone. He didn't want to do. He rejected that and resisted that at all points. So his decision at that point, I said, all right, so you know what? How about this? Because other guys were getting ready to leave. I told you it was a fractured locker room. And I was trying to help them with their deals. Like maybe I can talk to somebody. If you're going anyway, don't go to Vince yet. Let's see what let's see. Like Public Enemy. I didn't tell you that. I told you that privately, not here. Was that when they were getting ready to leave, they were going to go to Vince. They had an offer from Vince. Right away, Paul says, "They're shit. I don't talk to them anymore. They're disloyal." I said, "How can you say that? They're making $300 to $600 a week here. He's offering $2,000, $3,000 a week. How do you stop them? They've been breaking their asses here for the last whatever. How can you even think like that?" No. He said, "They're shit to me." I said, "Well, you know what? They're not shit to me. They're my friends." That's when I called up Kevin. I got them a better deal at WCW. Now, what is that? If that's being a mole, well, that hadn't come out yet. This is still like a year before that. That's just me trying to accommodate a friend and help out. I wasn't going to hurt my company. This was still my legacy. I wanted this company to survive. They're leaving either way. I'm just going to get them a better deal. And then as more people were doing that, I said, "Paul, you're losing the whole fucking locker room. Everyone wants to leave." And that's it. Well, how about this? You're going to leave. When you come back as this mole. You know, he needed to get the guys to band together again. He needed a cause. So you got all the New Yorkers in the room together. Said, "Listen, there's a mole. We got to stand together. We're going to lose everything we've all been building for. And I've got plans. I'm going to get us on TV and Jupiter and Mars. And just stick with me." And he used that sounding board. And I just backed up, and the Sandman and like other people, Fonzie, a couple other people were like, "Dude, like I'm ready to fight the whole locker room." They all think like you. I said, "It's okay. Let them do his thing with those guys." They go, "But we know the truth." I go, "I know that. I know the truth. You know the truth."
But you did it for the betterment
of the company,
and the guys that were there that were
correct
to keep them.
And also, I didn't want to see the company fall apart.
Okay.
I mean, it was now 5 or 6 years, in. It's 1997. I've been doing it for 5 years now, and it was, I put my blood, sweat, and money, everything I had in this company. The last thing I wanted to see it do was crumble. Yeah. So the idea being that if I ever came back inside in a year or whatever the case may be, there's a great angle. I come back as a heel.
When are you going back?
I always wanted to be a heel. I never got to be a heel. I was always just the babyface commissioner getting beat up. I said, I want to come back as a heel.
Well, you were always my babyface.
I appreciate that.
One last question. If we had to give one MVP award to an ECW somebody, who gets it?
No such animal. The company gets it. It's the truth. I could not single a person out. I tell you what, I love what I don't love. But single somebody out as the MVP? No. That and the audience together, that's synergy. That was the MVP.
Still here with Tod Gordon, and I just wanted to take a moment. Some things have changed in the former ECW arena. We're standing in front of a rather lavish snack section with full bar, which didn't exist. This was a wall, right? This black wall continued. Correct. For the whole thing, right? This was the ramp. We came up into the locker room. Numbers 4 and here. It was just the ramp.
This was your hard cam, right? So you were shooting this way.
That's correct. That was the Eagles Nest. So if you look up there, that I guess continued all the way to the screen left, right? That kind of ran to there. Okay. Yeah, you can see the cut. So it went to here. So this was the full Eagles Nest here. Concessions were under here?
Concessions were underneath, right over there.
Okay. Right. And then obviously the ring was in the center. Bleachers right there. Your hand here, right opposite the heart.
We're going to look over the same upstage.
Oh, whoops. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay.
That's where the height up there. We want to go up there.
I see.
Okay. This is the bleacher bottoms right here.
Gotcha. That was a fan entrance, right? Right.
I agree. And the floor over here as well.
Oh, there was. So there was a door. Where did you guys come in? You came in that ramp?
Came off the ramp, back there behind everybody.
And your locker room would have been.
Yes, the back.
To that corner. Again, there was a solid wall.
Came off that ramp. Locker was right back.
So this is where was big so-and-so, the big, no, fucking Butcher's office would have been where?
You would have to go in. Back here. There was dark steps. That door is right there. They were up. Straight up to the second floor there. Where they separated the Vikings from us.
Okay. And this area here was the locker room, right? This is where the Viking, where
There was
the,
all this, yeah. And there was a staircase here, up to the top stage. We'll dress in the rear, door here, we go here, talk about what's here, just private conversations in there. And this is the what's here.
Sparkadoo, maybe?
Not in here.
Not in there. That was over there. Okay. Excellent. Piece of history.
Yes, sir.
A wrestling church.
I don't think any of us realized at the time. Well, I can tell you that. I don't believe 20 years later.
Yeah. Well, your face when you walked in and just saw that.
I can't believe it's ECW in 2015.
Right.
It still astounds me. I've never had an idea how big the thing was at the time that we could live
No,
like that.
sure. Well, the best things are like that, you know. That's why the most valuable baseball card was a throwaway when it.
Check.
Seen that.
Oh,
Okay. I'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.